Hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me as always, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, Dan Barron, Addy Gia. We're here to play some Manifest for all of y'all. But before we jump into any of the actual play or any of that jazz, I'm going to toss the attention over to the wonderful people to the right of me.
Tommy.
You don't have to tell on yourself.
The problem was I know my camera's flipped, so when I was staring at my own image, I was like, wait, that is right?
I was gonna do a bit where I would roll to leap into the air and grab the attention, but now it feels like too much. Anyways, I'm here to tell you about our charity. So our charity for this month is True Colors United. Every year, there are 4.2 million kids in America who experience homelessness, and LGBTQ kids are 120% more likely to be experiencing homelessness than their non-LGBTQ peers. True Colors United believes in making sure the services for youths going through homelessness are safe and affirming for the most impacted young people in the United States. And in doing that, we can make them safe and affirming for everybody. Youth homelessness is a community issue, and we can make real progress when people come together with a shared vision. They are an incredible organization doing extremely important work. And if you have time, money, a platform, something else that I can't think of that would help them out, and you want to do that, that's great. We would love them. The end.
Yes, I'm Roman. Hi. Welcome to the stream. It's Wednesday. It's around about 8 o'clock Central. That means we're here. That means hopefully you're here, or you're here in the future watching the YouTube or the podcast. We may cut this part out. It doesn't matter. I got momentum, baby. Welcome back to the stream. Hey, if you have trouble remembering when it's Wednesday and when it's 8 o'clock, I don't blame you. We've all been there. We've all missed that Wednesday 8 o'clock appointment or date or friends meetup or board game or witching hour. It happens. But for this one in specific, you got a friend in Twitch. Twitch will remind you when we're live. There are two buttons below Addy that you can click, a heart and a bell, where you can follow the channel. You can get notifications when we're live. You get a little notification on your phone. It's like, oh, right. Sorry, witching hour. You're going to have to wait. It's time for Waypoint Live. It's time to visit my favorite family of drifters launched into the future and bopping around and doing what they can. There's also a big purple button under Addy that you can click to subscribe or to gift subs. And when you gift subs, when you subscribe, when you give bits, any of that stuff, all that support goes back into supporting the stream, helping us get better equipment, helping us bring on guest stars, helping us get incredible character art, like the character art that we love from this season. It's the best when you click that button when you give us that support. We really, really appreciate it. Arget Law back at it again with those 30 months. Argy, we love you so much. Tenetic with 10 times 10, 100 bits. Love y'all so much. Y'all are the best. We appreciate you with all of our freaking hearts. Follow us on our socials to see what else we're up to. Be back here rocking with us Wednesdays at 8. We appreciate you. We love you. And now I'll throw the attention elsewhere. I'm just going to throw it in the air, and someone can leap up and catch it if they would like.
That's I can do this part.
Addy, did you raise your arm up because it was off camera?
I
saw your arm move.
I went to go unmute, and then Dan said he'd take it.
She was reaching for her microphone, Tommy. God, so you don't even watch the stream. Anyways,
I don't know anything.
I'm here to tell you about our Patreon. So I gotta be upfront about our Patreon for the upcoming month. It is June 29th, so the next month is rolling up. All of the Waypoint team is moving in July. Some of us very soon in July. So the Patreon is not really going to have anything for the month of July. That said, if you're interested in the stuff that is already there, that you will get access to if you join that Patreon is patreon.com/waypointgamedesigns. You get the podcastified version of this stream, which is in season 1 for the podcast, season 2 coming soon. A week early, you get a monthly sort of behind the scenes newsletter of what we're thinking about and talking about at Waypoint Game Designs. And you get a monthly game supplement, which up until now has been a whole ass adventure you can play using the Quick Start Guide. This month, it's a bunch of gear that was the only part of an adventure I could think of that was all too strong to put in an adventure. So I said, here, it's for you. You use it. My hands are clean. I've never killed anyone.
I can't say the same.
That's the kind of content you can expect from our Patreon if you just love Waypoint and you would like to be closer to us, because it's the only way to get into the Manifest Discord and the only way to get into the secret exclusive patrons only channel.
Which I'm about to post in right now. And unless you're part of the Patreon, you won't be able to see what I'm posting right now.
You'll never know what Roman posted there. Who knows? Could be anything. Could be how you get to our Instagram, which remains an unsolved mystery.
Mm-hmm. Both a new Jurassic Park coming up. I think you all know where you should be looking.
You're going to want to pause it around minute 100. Anyways, Tommy, tell them about the grid.
Hold on. Wait, really quick. Let me make this commitment. If I say it out loud, hopefully I'll do it. And by that, I mean I will do it. Because there's nothing going on in the Patreon in July, I vow to you all that I will give you a quick preview of I wrote it down, the Eastern Wastes Gazette, which we visited and learned a little bit about last week. How much news is there? None. How much do they love that? A lot.
No news is good news.
No news is good news, baby. And I'm just gonna put up a front page or whatever I think that paper would look like, and y'all can enjoy. Because hey, there's not gonna be much news in July in the Patreon, and guess what? That's good news.
I forgot a real in-world newspaper said no news is good news. No news is good news.
All right.
All right, Tommy, spin your web of lies.
Before I spin my web of truth, I do want to shout out to Chris for 5 gifted. We've started a hype train. We're between Argy resubbing, Tenetic with the bits, and Chris with the gifted subs. Hell yeah. He wanted to get that hype train started. I know that hunger. 83% through level 2. Oh my goodness. Okay, hi. I'm Tommy. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret about this stream. There's this thing called grit in Manifest. And you can see up here in the top left corner of all of our little windows, there's a number. That number is how much grit each of us has. You, the viewer, also have grit. You can spend grit to give us grit. Your channel points are called viewer grit, and you can spend 1,400 of them to give grit to any one of these characters, or you can spend 700 of them to give grit to me. And the players have a maximum of 12 grit. I have no such maximum, but as we have seen, sometimes I don't really have that much opportunity to spend grit, and since my grit resets, out of a fairness to you, I have held on to the grit you have gifted me for future sessions for when I have grit when I have opportunities to spend grit. But yeah, so Paige and Franny are both at 12 right now, maxed out, and then Cleve is at 9, Max is at 8, and I am at now 12 because Chris says no cap.
What Tommy won't tell you is he spent y'all's grit early in the session, and we gave him a bunch later.
No, I don't think that's how it went down. Plus
Watch the VOD.
+1 grit to Cleve from Fiddler Undone. There we go.
Keep Dad alive.
Keeping Dad alive. All right. So that's the rundown for how the grit works. We will spend grit to manipulate our roles. I can use it to raise the tension against the players and make things tougher for them, make their opposition stronger, and they can use it to make it so that they have either miraculous successes or avoid catastrophic failures. And sometimes, specifically, to make either of those things happen.
That feels pointed. I feel attacked.
Well, you can feel a little bit better because you got +1 grit from Argatlom saying, oh, right. Twitch told me I could afford this at the end of last session.
I feel less attacked.
And with that all explained, we are going to jump into the actual play. And in order to do so, of course, we need to transport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at the truly wonderful character art from our artist, Kate May, whom we love dearly, and made some dope-ass characters for the season. Let's check it out. All right. So, previously on Manifest Actual Play, the Kumilican family was in the nice year of 222 on the planet of Manifest in the waste town called Fenton. It's funny to call them waste towns. A town in the wastes called Fenton. The town was targeted by an evil cult known as The Cut, run by Owen Lemaire and 12 other extremely powerful illuminated individuals who seemed hell-bent on ripping out a luminescent anchor from underneath the town of Fenton so that they could do something malicious with it. The Kumilican family stood their ground after sending the rest of the town away. The Kumilicans stood their ground with Mirabel Jimenez, the Australian preacher of Fenton, and also two gunslingers, Quentin Lemaire and his apprentice, Cordelia Gray. So the Cut descended on town and things went horrible, and the Kumilican family died. Full on died. Max was disintegrated. Cleve crumbled to the ground in a jetpack crash. Paige was cooked alive in her own bus. And Franny was forced to suffer a premature heart attack. And then they awoke in a mysterious grove and met a man named Kinsey McCharlotte, who had apparently been tending to the grove for 20 years, though he admits that time is a little strange when it comes to the grove because the grove seems to grow and the paths in the grove seem to open and close and lead to new places, and exiting the grove will lead you to different locations and times on Manifest. once they kind of wrapped their head around that, the Kumilican family also realized that all of them were now bearing a strange brand on their bodies. Max on their neck, Paige on her temple, Franny on her heart, and Cleve on his back. And the symbol seemed to have some strange properties to it, at least when it was observed. And upon receiving these symbols, they all got new advancement triggers for leveling up, and were instilled with innate kind of pull to oppose the cut and stop them from achieving their goals. And when they exited the Grove, they exited into the year 427, where Owen Lemaire has resurfaced, and the cut seems to be at it again after having been thought destroyed sometime after the destruction of Fenton. As they... because of their conversation with Kinsey McCharlotte, they decided they wanted to go find a man named Roland. Oh no, what's his last name, Dan?
Hollis.
Jesus fuck. My brain, because I've read the Stephen King Dark Tower so much, I was like, it's not Deshane. Roland Hollis, who is riding around with the nomad pack called the Riveteers, in the Western Badlands, may potentially know where, or at least have some insight as to where Pax resides. Pax being a woman who was the keeper of a relic that Owen Lemaire was looking for, and as far as Kinsey could tell, Owen got that relic. So the question is, where's Pax? And the Kumilicans are heading to Roland to try and find assistance in locating Pax so that they can potentially get on the trail of Owen Lemaire and the cut. And in order to do this, they're heading towards the Western Badlands, where in the southern Western Badlands, near the Piazza Basin in Markham's Landing territory, there is a town known as New Fenton. And so the Kumilicans have set their sights there for now to travel to New Fenton and potentially head northward to Soldina, where Kinsey knows the Riveteer, which is a town Kinsey knows the Riveteers service. In order to find their way to New Fenton as quickly and safely as possible, Paige Kumilican has struck a deal with the Wave Rovers, a nomad pack that will safely transit them across Lake Alejandro, drop them off in a town nearby Markham's Landing so that they can travel more well-known paths to New Fenton instead of trying to carve their own path through the Bonesaw Mountains, which could save them time or get them deaded. So Paige, since the Kumilicans don't have any money really to speak of, or at least not enough money to pay for this trip, Paige has offered their services to the Nomad Pack in barter, a deal to be negotiated and sorted out when the Kumilicans arrive to talk to the representative of the Wave Rovers, known as Slug. +1 grit to cleave. Feel like we should just get ahead of the game with this. Almost certainly this will be needed.
Be so live.
This is from Random Jerk.
Thanks, Random Jerk.
Okay, so you four are currently in the town of Onington, where you have shacked up for the night. Max in what is it, the Lonely Bird Inn?
Yeah, I think it's a Lonely Bird Nest.
Lonely Bird Nest, yeah.
It's the greatest building on the face of the earth. It's got fucking AC.
And due to Max's premier subscription to a premier brothel network, some of the best brothels on Manifest are part of this booking network, basically called Sweet Personal Club, which is SWEETSUITE Personal Club. And the night passes You're all, unless you guys were getting into anything, I think you were all turning in for the night. So we find ourselves. Nope. Is there a thing?
No.
Did I forget a thing?
Didn't we wake up?
Did you wake up?
Didn't the sunrise?
Maybe
No.
the sunrise. It's the next day is my point.
Maybe we were just going to bed. I couldn't remember.
My point is it's the next day. It's the next day. You guys have spent a night.
Let the man tell us it's the next day already.
It is the next day. You've spent one night here in Onington. You have set your heading. The town that Slug has agreed to meet you in, which you have to probably make haste to get to, to get there at a time that the Wave Rovers are going to be there. The town, it is a harbor town called Reed Strand.
Sorry, Reed Strand.
Reed Strand. And you're to meet Slug there to negotiate exactly how you're going to make yourself useful to the Nomad Pack so that you can get transit across Lake Alejandro. You're all able to find each other in the morning unless you were trying to avoid each other. So the whole family can kind of come together unless someone is dragging their feet.
I mean, they got breakfast here?
They do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get breakfast. I'm not gonna pass up, like, good breakfast.
Yeah, it is very good. Yeah. So Paige, Franny, and Cleve, the three of you are able to find each other relatively easily. Franny knows at least where Max went. Max has not returned from their date. They as far as Cleve and Paige know, they had a date. +1 grit to Cleve from Momo Monster. Also +1 grit to Cleve, or not Cleve, sorry, to Max from Random Jerk, saying can't be the only one in single digits right now. So that maxes out Cleve to 12 grit. And puts Max at 10.
Random Jerk, once again, not living up to their name. Not such a jerk. And honestly, at this point, not so random.
Not so random.
Not so random, right?
Pretty consistent.
Start of a regular, yeah.
Yeah. Very consistent,
Yeah,
very not a jerk.
I probably will go find the bus and the family around like 11:30 after I've had like a nice brunch and enjoyed the air conditioning for a while. So like, if anything happens before then, obviously that's different. But that's my plan.
Well, I think Paige probably knowing the time you have to make it to Reed Strand in time to meet with the Rave Rovers before they shove off. You guys got to like hit the road early. Like this is like an early beginning of an early road trip type thing. Like you got to go now. So Max is AWOL right now.
Oh, geez, we really got to hit the road here. I mean, you know, we can't be lollygagging around. Sun's up, right? Sun's up, wheels up.
A good date's a good date, but we got to get going. You know what I mean? I understand wanting to stick around, but this is ridiculous.
Sure, yeah, I already got the snacks and everything. Hey, Franny, do you happen to know where Maxie went?
Yeah.
What are we waiting for? Let's
all right, yeah,
go get
away.
there.
Oh no, I mean, I'll just are we all like? Did you do the last like checks on the car and everything? I think I could probably go.
You know your
grab
mother.
them.
She was up at the break of dawn making sure everything was all right.
I just finished the third round.
Here's
That
what I
means-
was trying. I was trying to obfuscate that I was gonna try and get you to not accompany me to go get Max. Is it easier when I say it just straight? Like, is that fine? Okay.
That's just fine. That
I
helps
didn't
me
hurt
out. I
anybody's
thought you were just trying to
feelings or
be nice.
nothing. I just did I?
Oh no, dear! Don't
mean,
worry
you know,
about it.
Hey, if there's anyone who needs their space, it's Max. So, I mean, yeah.
That's
you
what
can
I'm just
go.
trying to, Okay, I'll be right back.
You're a good sister.
All right.
I'm-
I just finished the third round of checks. So only 2 more, and we gotta go.
Hop into Mama. I leave the bus and head to the lonely bird nest, but like maybe I like look like I'm heading in one direction and then like walk down the street.
You walk down. Luckily for you, Onington is a large enough settlement that you do have like alternate routes to the Lonely Bird's Nest. So
I do not want to be the person who one outs this shenanigans, and two, I don't want to talk about it. So I just
yeah.
Okay, great.
So you walk on into the Lonely Bird's Nest. You are hit with the cool breeze of climate control features inside this extremely nice.
See what
brothel.
I got for Fire Nights? I just am having a moment. What did I get for Fire Nights?
From Cleve?
You got really.
Yeah, you got something that cleans and polishes your lake from me.
What did Cleve get for
ammunition from?
Right.
Yeah, from Miss Patty.
Right.
I got you a ticket to Markham's Landing across Lake Alejandro, which may or may not be good after 205 years.
Right. Okay, great. Okay, just wanted to know. Okay, I walk in, and that's the thought that goes through my head, and come to terms with, yes, things are still same in this family dynamic. And then I there's like a front desk or like a concierge or something.
Yeah. You walk in and you are immediately greeted by extremely attractive young man with like tasteful but like somewhat revealing clothing. Just like a couple extra buttons open, a little loose fit in the right areas, a little tight fit in the right areas. He walks up to you like immaculately well done. As he walks up, with like a smile, you do see he glances down and sees your sheriff badge, on your armor, and like doesn't stutter or anything, just like glances and was like, oh, I'm talking to a cop. Walks up and goes, Sheriff, how can I help you?
I have a small existential crisis, and then I say, I'm looking for Max Burton. I know you probably have some like privacy clientele thing going on. They're my sibling, and we have to hit the road, so I was just hoping to pass that message along as soon as possible. Can
I hear Franny's voice from whatever lounge I'm having brunch in?
Let me roll. Because it's kind of a long building, right?
Sure.
No, you're a little further down. You're around like some of the...
that makes sense. My observe is low.
He goes, of course, right away. Can I get you anything to drink while you're here? It's on the house.
I would love a coffee for breakfast.
Absolutely. Janet, be a dear. Follow me with a coffee as soon as you can. All right, we're going to Burton's table. Okay, thank you. You wind around like these nice, like comfortable kind of like lounges that are like breaking up this like long building with like some walls and some like curtains and stuff like that, kind of like not like claustrophobic, but like a nice little like kind of like spacious wind. You lose sight of the entrance. You can smell now that you're following this man. He smells wonderful, and then it kind of occurs to you that like this whole place smells wonderful. It just is nice, and like the tall ceilings really opened it up. It just, everything feels really good here. And then you wind around a curtain, and you see Max sitting in like a little booth with a pretty sizable like brunch spread in front of them. I don't know if Max has anyone there with them, but
I mean, if people want to like hang out and have brunch. Also, Tommy, I gotta ask, what's the robe situation here? Is it like silk kimonos? Is it like terry cloth robes? Like, what's going on here?
I'm gonna go with silk kimonos here at the Lonely Bird's Nest.
Absolutely, I am fully wearing like a very pink silk kimono as I am having an incredible brunch.
Also, like, Max looks extremely well washed and like
yeah, no, okay, that's fine. Yeah, So I come up to the table and I go, well, this is something.
Oh my God, Franny,
else.
sit down. You gotta try this. I don't know what this jam is. You gotta try it. And I put it on like an English muffin.
Jam it into my mouth. Yeah. Cartoon style, anime style. Turns out we're leaving bright and early.
What? Why? Well, we got like a fucking appointment or something?
Honestly, probably. It's, we gotta get going real quick or else, the sun's out and it'll burn the bus.
Stop. Don't do that, Franny. I don't want to, Franny. I don't want to picture that coming out of you.
Your coffee arrives, Franny.
Oh, thank you kindly. Is it in like a little to-go cup?
No, of course not.
It's not.
All right. I fix it and I drink it as fast as I can if it's not too hot.
No. Enjoy it. It's very good. Hey, listen. Obviously,
this is good coffee.
I can't leave wearing this, right? This is my kimono. I didn't buy this. This is theirs. I gotta change. So you sit here, enjoy this incredible spread, and I will be back when I finish getting ready to go.
That's gonna be in the next
10 to 15, maybe 20.
15?
Maybe 20.
10?
All right, I'm hearing 15. 15 feels like it's coming through loud and clear.
Okay, I sit down, I drink my coffee. If there's some fruit, I'll pick at it.
Yeah.
And then obviously I'll be like, hi.
Yeah, Max, who's the person sitting there with you?
I assume there's an option in the booking thing for, preferences and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's a button that just says prettiest available. That's what I checked.
And no other details, just prettiest available.
Prettiest available. You tell me who that is, Tommy.
Yeah, so sitting down next to Max is this lovely person with a full long head of hair pulled down into kind of loose braid that goes over her shoulder and in front of her chest. You can see she's wearing kind of a silk kimono type outfit as well. It kind of matches Max's. She, as Max gets up, she stands up and gives Max a hug and a kiss, and then lets Max go, and then turns to you, Franny, and goes, "Would you like me to stay?"
Don't let me interrupt your breakfast, but if you got places to be, I'm all right by myself.
Only place I had to be is right here. And she sits down right next to you. And
Okay.
And then she immediately goes and says you have to try this, and grabs little locks and sets it down in front of you, and just kind of sets up a little spread for you to eat so that you don't have to survey the table and reach for stuff.
Okay.
I'm Eric.
Nice to meet you, Eric. How you have a good time? I don't want to know. Don't answer that. Hey, do you how long have you been in this town that I definitely know the name of?
Onington?
Onington. I'm so sorry. We rolled in. Well, I'm sure you got all the details and had long conversations with Maxie.
There was some talking.
Then you have all the details.
I contain multitudes.
So, are you, I don't know how to make small talk. Honestly, people don't, I don't Slocks are good. I think they're. I don't.
We don't have
really
to talk
agree.
if you don't want to, hon. Whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just happy to be sitting down and enjoying a nice meal. We can do that together.
Right. Well, if you think of something to talk about, I'm happy to listen. I'm a big listener.
She takes a little bite, looks at you for a second, and goes, "Not much of a talker, then."
Yeah.
That because you had trouble getting other people to listen to you? Because I'm all ears if you want to talk.
I mean, like, no, people used to listen to me all the time.
Well, I mean, walking around, where are you sheriff of? Got a lot of respect back home?
I'm not sheriff of there anymore. The town packed up, moved on. So, this is just a remnant of all that. I just haven't scrubbed off the star yet.
Seems like a mighty fine souvenir of a good time.
It seems like putting on airs.
Well, probably opens a door or two for you. Might be worthwhile. As long as anyone doesn't look too close.
That's probably accurate.
Plus, in my experience, a sheriff that ain't a sheriff is still a lawman. That kind of thing runs in your heart, not on your chest.
Well, I bet you it does both. I drink from my coffee cup. This is the longest conversation I've had in a real long time. Except for with Max, obviously.
Yeah, she.
Yeah, all right. I think obviously it doesn't take me 15 minutes to get dressed. All right. I waited until I saw that Franny had actual breakfast, and then a little bit longer because I thought this was fucking hilarious, and then realized like, oh shit, this might actually be good.
Yeah. She then like sits back, lets like you just kind of like eat and drink a little bit, and doesn't like push the conversation much farther, unless you say anything else like out of awkwardness. She gives you the opportunity to re-engage. Otherwise, she just kind of like enjoys things and like a little bit of small talk where she goes, "You're lucky, like best cooks in best cooks in the kitchen this morning. Sometimes these eggs are a little too runny, but I like them just right this way." And stuff like that, right? Just like little conversations about like the niceties of the establishment.
Right. She's a salesperson selling the experience. I get it.
Yeah, I will come out and save Franny from what I can slowly tell is her actual nightmare.
Well, it was extremely nice to meet you, but we do have to go. I hope you have a nice time. Max, can we go, please?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm ready to go. What are we waiting for?
Great.
You ready to go?
Yes.
Eric, it was lovely.
Likewise, Max. Hope you swing through town sometime again.
Well, hey, you made a very strong case. And on that, I will leave.
Yeah, I follow Max. If Max goes straight to the bus and does not obfuscate, so do I.
I mean, straight to the bus, no, but like not really anywhere else. Like, I see a thing in a window in a general store. I'm like, oh, what's that? That's
and then you finally return. Paige and Cleve, your children have returned to the bus. You are ready to shove off.
Come on, kids, get on up. Your mom's gonna have a conniption.
The bus is running and in gear. And
load up.
like occasionally being revved. It's like, come on, kids, come on. We gotta go.
Oh my god,
we're so late. Oh my goodness. Hey, I hope you kids don't have to stop to pee. I mean,
what are we
this thing never stops to
late
pee,
for?
but we got an appointment.
No, nobody. Everyone
Yeah.
we know is right here.
Get on the dang bus and I'll tell you all about it. Like, meh, meh.
I can't hear you over the honking.
Do y'all get,
Yeah,
what's y'all
get on the bus.
We get on the bus.
Yeah.
Once y'all get on the bus, the door like slams behind you and just like a little too fast. It like not smooth, faster than smooth. The bus gets into gear and gets going out of town.
Please, Mama.
Oh my god.
Paige, I do need a fuel test from you as you are operating your vehicle.
Oh God, I hate this.
Yeah, it's gonna take you guys about a day and a half of travel.
We got a fuel last time, right? We did get a fuel.
Yeah.
It's gonna take you guys a day and a half travel, and you gotta travel like nomads.
That's the
Gross.
only way I travel, baby.
What I mean is no stopping through town. It means you're gonna have to pass off the wheel and drive through the night.
Yeah, I understood.
I don't pass off the wheel, but I drive through the night.
Now, honey, we talked about this. You gotta rest your eyes.
Yeah, I'll rest them on like a straightaway or something.
Hey, Ma? Tire driving's more dangerous than drunk driving.
Sure, I remember I told you. Hey, I'm the one who tells you.
You taught them that. You taught that's something you say.
You know, hey, I know, and I know you know. All right, okay, I'm going. I'm driving. I'm fine. Cleveland, wake me up if we're gonna hit something. Mm-hmm.
You heard that, right?
Wait,
Yeah.
are you you're giving Daddy the wheel though?
No. I got the wheel
Nah,
and
she'll
I'm
pass
working the
it on
pedals.
later on. You know, she says that now. She usually mellows out when she tires.
I'll
I
close
will
my eyes and he'll shake me
Physically
if we're gonna
pick
hit
you
something.
up out of this seat.
Oh, I'd like to see you try.
I do.
When you try, she wrenches the wheel in a way that you would like fall over. You would fall over and not be able to get her.
All right, I
Is it
fall
like a
over.
contested like driving test?
No.
Yeah.
I fully fall over and like from my ass, like, did you just fucking assault me to avoid giving up the wheel? No, you know what? This conversation's over. I'm done. I'm sleeping in the back. You crash and kill us all for all I care.
You don't touch the driver, Maxie. They're driving.
Paige,
Taking like 6 melatonin and I'm just like trying really hard to like not freak out in the back of the bus.
Paige, if you're trying to drive for 36 hours straight, I'm gonna need an endure test from you.
I'm not. I said all that like for flavor. I'm not actually sure I'm doing that.
I don't think you should.
You just tried to kill me to do that.
I was driving. You're the safest you ever been.
Yeah, it's like later in the night, basically, at the point where you would have to roll an endure test to push on. You're feeling pretty tired. Do you want to push on or do you want to give up the wheel?
I think once it like it's like 4-ish or something, and it's starting to get once it starts to get like a little bit bright outside, once like it starts to come back into the daytime, she'll let Cleve take over.
I promise I won't tell Nick, all right?
Sorry, what was that? You cut out for a second.
You cut out. I promise I won't tell Maxie. It's okay. It doesn't mean
What?
you're weak or anything. We're not driving with the pack anymore anyway. There's no shame in it.
Yeah, no, I know, Cleve. It's fine. I'm fine. Maxie can. I was just. I don't know. I don't know. There's something about Maxie that makes me feel like I wasn't a capable mother, and so I wanna. I don't know. I feel like I got a second shot
Look,
with them,
hon,
Cleve.
Max is always going to go their own way. They're always going to try and push your buttons. That's you know that's growing up, that was the MO the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I just
let them settle back in. They're not stuck with anybody here. They can get on their bike if they need to, or travel around any of the towns that we go to. It'll be all right. Just give them a little space. It'll be fine.
Sure. I just, Max can go their own way. That's fine. I just wish they'd pick a direction.
I know what you mean. You know what? Hey, they went on a successful date, it seems like. I mean, that's a step in the right direction.
Oh, God, I was so concerned about our time, I didn't even get a chance to ask about the date. Oh, I wonder when we'll be circling back. I wonder if there's a date, too. Maybe that's what...
Sure hope.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they had a second breakfast date this morning. Maybe that's why they were running so late. That must have
been it. Yeah, that must have been it.
Yeah. They went, slept somewhere else, and then came back and they had breakfast the next day. That's nice. I like that. That's nice. We'll have to hear all about it.
You ask Franny about that because you're not going to get any details out of Maxie.
Sure. No, you ask Maxie and I'll hear secondhand. I know. Right. I know you two have a better thing going on.
All right, you head on back to the bunk. I'll take care of this. All right.
All right. Okay.
Love you.
Franny stirs in her sleep.
It legitimately feels so warm and so good. Saying I love you and kiss goodnight with you with my fake RPG husband feels wonderful. Now I know why Tommy and Dan always do it.
I've set up a whole service so I can have a romantic rendezvous with Dan whenever the fuck I want during this campaign.
Now the truth comes out.
Okay, so after about 36 hours of transit, you get there. It's midday on the day that the Wave Rovers are in town in Reedstrand. Reedstrand is it's a settlement, but like it really is just like a series of docks in this part of Lake Alejandro. It's a little bit east of where a lot of the man-made channels break out of Lake Alejandro to like give like ships transit through the wastes so that they can connect to the words I want. Lake Jacobson. And what you notice is like this area, you've been here before. You haven't, I don't know if you guys have been to Reedstrand. It wasn't really in your route or anything like that. But you're aware of these channels and you see some of them along the way, especially like during the portion where Cleve is like driving into town. Like Cleve, you see like the like when 200 years ago, these channels were much less sturdy and there were fewer of them. And like they had a lot of troubles. It was kind of like a work in progress 200 years ago. And now it seems like they really have like kind of locked it in. They look a little aged and a little like in certain areas, like, you know, it could be a little more better kept, but it looks like the construction was sturdy enough at some point between then and now that they are still standing, and you can see like larger ships transiting on these channels through the wastes, larger ships than you saw ever make the journey from Lake Alejandro to Lake Jacobson. These like large like cargo barges just kind of like moving very slowly through these very like relatively to them narrow man-made concrete channels through the wastes.
Wow, how do they steer those things through that? I can't even imagine. I can barely stay on the road.
And then you arrive in Reedstrand, which is just like a series of like docks with a bunch of different like ships coming in, and then some like businesses and buildings kind of like spread up along the shore there. Everything, the entire town very much on stilts. As you see the body of the like western channels of Lake Alejandro stretching to the east over the horizon. Lake Alejandro being one of it's kind of this particular part of Lake Alejandro is extremely difficult for ships to navigate because there's so many shallows. There's Lake Alejandro has like miles and miles of like relative shallows compared to its like deeper depths in its like kind of central body. So you know that like things like gumbaroo are prevalent around here, and then also it's like in general like ships have to like really like know the waters so that they don't end up like beaching themselves or like anything like that on any of the shallows,
the channel or whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. But this little area, this is kind of like one of the wider areas of Lake Alejandro where these docks are. So like it's one of the areas where a lot of ships can kind of like live for a second, and then like you can see to the west like off way distant in the horizon like ships that were in this like port kind of like taking turns getting in front of each other to like go through a narrow part of the lake.
I think Cleve pulls up to the, I guess it would be like the edge of the town proper, and my original thought was to just have an old school bell, you know, like that you ring to signal lunches and stuff. What I think it actually is he presses a button and there's one of those old school like early 2000s and he says, Reed Strand, last stop, Reed Strand, everybody.
No. No, I'm okay.
I'm just trying to stream. Oh no.
Paige has actually been up for a couple hours. I've decided Paige operates like my girlfriend's parents. They stay up way late and they wake up way early and no one knows how or why.
What is it with parents?
I don't know how they do that.
Did we actually go over sort of like why we're here? Like an appointment? Did we get details at any point?
Do we know when the wave runners are going to be? Was it wave runners?
Wave rovers.
Rogues? The Wave Rovers, that's what it was. Do we know when they're going to be in town?
Now, basically, like you guys had
we didn't like set up an appointment. We just knew that they were going to be here.
Paige knew that they were going to be here.
I don't think I got the details
of
anything that we're here for.
I think
it sounds like
Paige mentioned it to us. Paige mentioned it like in a general sense to Franny, but that was it. Max has no idea. Franny has a vague notion, which is we're gonna take I've squared it away with a nomad pack is the way Paige framed it.
Right. Gotcha. Great.
Yeah, Paige would have told y'all we got a great deal from a wonderful nomad pack who are gonna take us across the lake.
What? Not fuck. No.
What?
What do you mean?
Sorry, when I left, we didn't have a plan yet, and you made a whole ass decision and didn't consult me at all.
Oh well, you were on your date. We didn't want to interrupt
Honey,
you.
we didn't want to mess up your stuff. You had plans.
Yeah, no, sure. I bet that's it for sure.
I mean, when would we talk to you about this?
Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm leaving this conversation now. I'm gonna step off the bus. And I step off the bus.
Great.
And you find yourself on the muddy roads of Reed Strand.
As Paige drives up a couple hundred yards to where the docks are and where the actual pack is.
Yeah. So there's a saloon like nearby the docks called Clam Shack. And just Clam Shack, and that's you can see immediately there you like spot like nomads. There's like a bunch of nomads loading up on food at Clam Shack. They're like, it's like nomads on their lunch break in a settlement, right? They're all just like, oh, this is great. And you can like, they're all like kind of like, they're not like dressed like in like, you know, fucking like gang colors or anything, but they're all like kind of dressed relatively similar. It is a large pack of them. They're very rowdy. And they all have like similar gear, which kind of like makes them easy to identify as like pack members.
Everyone's armor has adjustable buoyancy.
Yes.
You can clock it, and it was all made by the same person.
Yeah. They all shop at the same store, which is that guy's boat. Yeah, so you see, like, it's like you seem to have gotten here like right as like they're finishing, like just by a glance page you're able to tell like this is a nomad pack who is like they're jamming their face with food while other people are like getting logistics. Some people you can see are grabbing multiple meals, probably for people who can't come here themselves, who are part of like their roadkin. And like the town is kind of like bustling right now, and you can spot like, you know, these wave rovers around. But like that, you go to Clam's Clam Shack, and yeah, there's just a ton of like nomads like yelling and like grabbing their food and being like, all right, see you back in the ship. And like, and they're like moving on and being like, well, Nate, you still owe me 12. You still owe me 12. And like moving off to the side.
A page just sort of like very kindly walks in and like looks around, and like uses her eye for nomads to possibly tell like someone who's maybe going over a manifest of some sort, or like somebody who looks like they like she, I think she would be able to tell possibly who Slug is, or she just sort of walks up to a table and goes, hi, I'm sorry, so nice to meet you, we're looking for Slug.
Yeah, you're able to spot that pretty easily. Like as you're looking, like I said, a lot of people seem to be there for personal things, but there is like one person who is like talking to a member of like the establishment and like loading up some crates of like what looks like both supplies and like cargo on like a 2-wheel dolly to like leave. And so when you come up and say that, this man who's there, a little short, slim figure, he's got like oily black hair that's like kind of just like short but like slicked back, and he looks at you, he's got like a little curled mustache, and he goes, oh howdy, I'm Slug, how can I help you? You got cargo?
Hey there, we are sort of the cargo. I'm Paige. So nice to meet you.
Oh, Paige Kumilicans. Hey, howdy. Hands off the clipboard. It's all checks out. Go ahead and wheel on over. You have a nice day, ma'am. Oh, come on over here. Come on. Let's get out of the den for a second. Fish stick?
Oh, sure. Thank you so much.
Hands you a fish stick. You guys kind of walk off to the side away from like the crowd that's like bustling to get food and cargo and stuff. And he goes, right, so remind me exactly the deal. You and your family are needing to cross Alejandro, but you ain't got no spurs to speak of, or at least not enough.
Yeah, that's more or less the case. But we're all experienced nomads, and so we know what it's like in the pack and how to work. I was a teacher. I can teach kids while we go. I can also do a little bit of tinkering, a little bit of tonicking, whatever you all find yourselves in needing. I'm sure we can do it. It's just us and my boss over there.
Well, teachers are always a good bet. We don't have one in the pack necessarily. We just we get enough. I don't know. You said you was from a pack that's broken up now, but we got just basically the short transit, so we get enough new folk through that. Teachers come through with relative, and we have a pretty decent way. Like that's pretty good for transit, but that's only really good for like one person. You said you got 4 in your party?
Sure, but we're all my husband Cleve, he's an excellent scout. He can do any scouting you need, or any sort of long he's got a jetpack, any sort of long range, if you got to make a drop in a town that we're just passing by, he can do that. He can courier stuff. And then my kids are experienced nomads and good hands with whatever you need.
Sure. Just let me meet them, and I'll probably find a post I can stick them all up at. And as long as they're willing to pull their weight, should be pretty good. Assuming they're, well, I'll figure it out. I'm a pretty good read of people. I'll figure out what I can set them to. At the very least, we always need someone to swab a deck and break off some barnacles.
Oh, sure. Oh, I bet you get that a lot. Oh, well, thank you so much, Slug. We really do appreciate this.
Yeah. So I'm going to be here for just a little bit longer. Otherwise, I can walk with you. Is that your bus over there?
Yeah, that's the one.
All right. Wow. Hell of a vehicle. Vintage.
Sure is.
Well.
But she runs like a dream.
Honestly, I ain't seen one this. Those are... Mind if I take a look?
Oh, of course.
And
Paige like gives him the tour.
yeah, he like looks and goes like it takes particular interest in like your like hover emitters. It's like these are old models. They don't really make those like these anymore. And I ain't ever seen one in this good condition. I mean, you said you're Nomad, so this ain't you ain't selling parts or nothing, right?
Oh no, we not on this old girl. She's she's an old model, but I keep her up well. It's the only thing I really know how to run on. I mean, I could figure out.
I understand completely. I'd never separate with my ship. So, just wanted to double check because you said you was off the path for a little bit. So I figured maybe we could do a barter that way. All right, fine. Yeah. Where's your family at? Let me have a word with them, and we'll figure out assignments for everyone on the trip, and then we'll be good to go. We are shoving off in about 2 hours. That's my guess. I mean, it's supposed to be like an hour and a half, so you're going to need to be on ship in an hour and a half, but probably there's going to be a little while longer before we actually head to well, I guess it's you need to go off to one of the drop-off settlements, right? You ain't going direct to Markham's Landing.
Oh no, just around the lake, just around the Bone Size.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. That can be arranged. That's on our route.
Great. Yeah, I see your sort of pickup point. I'll just be over there in an hour and a half, ready to follow the instructions of whoever you got loading us on.
Yeah, no, it'll be me. I'll be waiting for you.
Oh, amazing. Well, thank you so much, Slug. I appreciate you.
Shakes your hand and goes, thank you. I can tell you right now, your assignment's going to be teaching across the board. You're going to be talking to the kids of the pack and kids of the passengers. We don't have that too many passengers for the most part. We're mostly cargo, but a handful of passengers, might have some kids or some adults that need some schooling. Hell, I got a few adults in the pack that could use a lesson or two. I'll send them your way as well.
Yeah, bring them all around. I'll ask them where they left off, and I'll go from there.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'll see you at the dock.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
And he rushes off to go tent. He doesn't run to the dock. He makes his way to like another place where he's got to go handle something else.
Yeah.
You understand him to be the logistics guy of like pick up and drop off. And like as he's going, like multiple people are checking in with him. They're like the time that you were talking, 3 people kind of stood off to the side waiting for that conversation to end. So they could be like, okay, so here's the thing. We have this, like, and he's like, all right, no, that works. Go ahead and put that on number 12. And then
yeah, he's their prom relations guy.
Yeah, this guy absolutely is. This is the busiest time for him is like these drop offs. He probably doesn't have a lot that he has to do in transit.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you have about an hour in here in Reedstrand. Cleve, Max, Franny, you guys nearby? You off doing anything, or is Paige able to find you?
I assume it takes me another like 5 minutes to walk into town because I got off early. I show up after this conversation's finished. I'll get the details there.
Yeah. So yeah, if you guys don't have anything to do.
Sorry, what? This is the deal you struck?
We're loading on in about an hour and a half, yeah. We can all just get on the bus and we'll...
Yeah, what was the cost?
Oh, they gave us a good deal. We're actually not paying
No, that's not what I asked. What was the cost?
Nothing. We're just...
No. Ma, you're not hearing me. How much does it cost to ride on this Nomad pack to where we're going?
We're not paying spurs. We're gonna help out while we're on the pack.
Hey, one of yous. How much it costs to ride around the other side of the bone saws?
5 spurs per person, and 2 spurs for extra 500 for every extra 500 pounds of cargo.
Is that significantly less than the quote that I got?
No, your bus is very heavy.
Sure.
So your total came
sort of.
Your total came to your total came to 65 spurs.
Got it. God, so the bus is like 45 spurs worth?
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 motorcycles on it also.
True, that's fair. It's a heavy bus.
Buses are heavy.
Yeah, all right.
You learned it here first, folks.
Buses are heavy.
Hey, I ain't... All right. What I'm hearing is I got 90 minutes to make a bunch of spurs.
No, it's Max. Calm down. I will go up to Mr. Logistics Man. I'll ask Mama who I would talk to.
You saw Paige talking to a guy.
Great. I will go up to that guy.
Yeah, you have to like go down like a couple businesses.
Yeah, I'll
like,
wait my turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He like sees you looking at him. Can I help you?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Franny Kumilican Wells. I'm coming on with Paige and Cleve and their big bus.
Right.
Can
this conversation wait for till we meet up at an hour and a half?
I was just my siblings not feeling real right, and I just wanted to know if I could like pay for their transit, like 7 or 8 spurs, and then pick up whatever slack that they need.
Sure.
Picking up.
I mean, yeah, seven spurs ought to do it.
Okay.
I was gonna.
Can I pay that to you now, or shall we wait to settle up later?
Hang on a second. Hey. And he like whistles like a big, sharp, loud whistle, and someone like looks up and he goes, "Come on out!" And it's like this person who has like, you can see they have like basically like metal tubes like attached to their gear, and they're like, as they're moving, they're like chink 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 chink.
I love
this
that.
Is an armored car. That's amazing.
he does. He's a large guy, and he does have a big ass rifle on his back. And he's like chink chink chink, and he comes over and he goes, all right, this is for the Kumilican party. They were 4, knock them down to 3. 7 spurs to this fine gentleman here.
Thank you. And I'll just pay the 7 spurs.
Like into one of the things that like you don't see a way for him to get the spurs out. It looks like there's like a slot that goes in and then seals behind. It's like slotting them in.
Cute.
Yeah, it's time locked.
All right. Thank you very much.
I am like outside the saloon, essentially casing who I could bet money to win money.
Do they give me like a ticket or like a punch receipt or anything?
No, but
Okay.
like that nomads are very reputation based, and
Yeah.
you did hear him say Kumilican party knocked them down from 4 to 3.
Great.
Which even with your very limited experience with the flywheelers, you take that to mean that like the 4 was four people in question with like like they needed to like they were like it's a pending booking until the like final assignments are figured out, and now it's been marked down to 3. So now like Max is good. I guess the one thing is like he goes, "Hey, what's your sibling's name?"
They're Max Burton. They have different surname.
All right. Looks to the like money runner who like nods and like runs off.
Thank you kindly.
Max, you pop into a saloon. It's easy to find a saloon that has a bustling like a very, very bustling like game environment. And you can play games of pure chance or games of skill here. And if you're looking for someone who you can like maybe take for, you can. Are you trying to like do this in one single bet where you find someone who's just gonna like go crazy? Okay.
You gotta understand. I heard there are 90 minutes before you must be on a nomad's boat, and he will tell you what your nomad job is. And what I heard is I have 90 minutes to secure enough spurs that dude can fuck off, and I am a passenger.
Cool. Yeah. So there's a couple poker tables in the saloon. There's a couple dice games. This is one of the nicer saloons in Reed Strand. So there's also a roulette table.
Oh shit.
God,
that's tempting.
So if you're looking to try and find like which of the tables is going to have like more action, you're able, if you give a spur to the bar, you're able to like get food and drink, but not like be a weirdo who's like standing around scoping out like marks.
This is the cost of doing business.
And then you're good for your time there as far as like just being someone in the bar who's like watching and like kind of scoping it out. Let's go ahead. Here's what I'm going to do. You can roll. I guess you have playing the player, right? So you can roll.
No, absolutely not. I don't have the Moxie tree.
No, but I have contagious personality.
Okay. Well, no, that doesn't matter because it's a discipline check then. So you can roll discipline.
Could I roll connections to like cozy up to the bartender for like
Ooh.
15-20 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and do connections. I'll give you a minus. Just a -2. I had to think. I was like, the bartender's busy, so so I had to decide how much they were going to be able to.
Have a conversation about how presumably I can feed money back into his business. So.
Oh yeah, go ahead and roll connections at a -2.
I have a 5. Sometimes you just roll through dice and they're both hits and the numbers are low.
Let's see. Okay, so you are up against a 9.
If I add mine together, I got a 9.
So you make some conversation. You're able to like basically the one thing is either this person's not interested in engaging in this part of the conversation or just doesn't know cards well enough to be able to like guide you in the right direction. So it feels like at this point they're like, yeah, I mean, card tables are right over there if you want to play. And
yeah,
like,
all right, cards it is.
So yeah. So you sit down at a card table, it is a card table without a dealer, so they're passing the deck around. So are you trying to cheat or are you trying to play straight?
I don't think I'm good at cheating.
It would be skullduggery.
Well, no, I'm just playing poker, and despite what my character sheet says, I believe greatly in my ability to play poker.
Okay. So you can roll manipulate to play the people across from you. Or if you want to like just like really, really like hold out for the right moments, you could roll discipline.
Can you imagine the guy that sits down at a poker table and rolls discipline? What a goon he must be. Yeah, I will be rolling manipulate. It's important that I ask up front. Is this like one roll in which to see how well I do in my 90 minutes, or is it a number of rolls?
It's gonna be one roll. I also want to know how much, like, how deep you're wanting to go with your money on this.
Hey, listen. The worst thing that ever happened to me was I got disintegrated and then my whole family died. The second worst things that have happened to me were all related to working for a Nomad pack. So here's my 2 spurs. I will turn this into as much as I can in 90 minutes.
Okay.
And you know, Tommy says up front at the beginning of the stream, you're supposed to spend grit on the rolls that matter to you. And like a lot of people think that's for when your life's on the line, you're in combat, you gotta like go strong or whatever. Anyways, he's 7 grit to bamboozle you.
Holy fucking shit!
And then wait for it, it gets better. I spend 3 grit to make my own luck.
Oh my god, I love it. So you're out of grit. Lucky for you, I was also going to bamboozle you. I'm not going to throw 7 back at you, but I'll give you like 4, a -4.
Okay, well, that seems like a dick move. I just told you how much it's meant to me, Tommy.
Yeah, but now you have 4 grit that you can't spend on this test, but that you have in the future.
Yeah, whatever. Future grit's nothing. I'm talking about right now.
You have dissuaded me from making my own luck. I don't know that adding dice to this will matter. Surprise, surprise. I have 0 successes.
Okay.
Basically, Max spent 7 grit to make this an unopposed chest.
I'm assuming contagious personality doesn't apply, right? Because Franny's off doing other stuff.
Yeah, I think in this instance, yeah, because Franny's not there. Like, and I don't think if you and Franny had played a lot of cards together, which I don't know.
Honestly, I think the real reason it happens this way is Franny's like, no, don't worry about it, and walks off another way, and I hear like, no, don't worry about it, and it turns into worry about it more. And so I just went right into the saloon.
Nice. Yeah, Frenny, you return and Paige and Cleve are like getting the bus like kind of strapped down, ready for like to load it onto one of the ships. Max is nowhere to be found.
All right, so the grit you've given me, I cannot spend on this test in any way, right?
Correct. However, +1 grit to Max from Argalam saying, this is me investing in this game of chance. So you have 1 grit that you can spend on this test.
I mean, there's nothing I can do with 1 grit.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
That'll be for later when he tries to sink us with all this grit.
You're welcome, Tommy. I got 3 successes.
Hey, 3? Okay. Yeah. So you invested 2.
Yeah, but I gambled real good.
You did gamble real good.
I got 3 successes.
I have to think. You had 2 going in, you got 3 successes. So that's going to be... damn. You walk away, you've made 5 spurs of profit.
All right. Yeah.
And so you get your 2 spurs back and also 5 spurs of profit.
Hey, that's pretty good. Honestly, pretty good.
I was like, does this idea I have in my head for how this breaks down, does this equal 7? And it fucking did. I was like, I think you're gonna end up like a little short. And I was like, fuck, it's exactly 7. Yeah. Huge success over 90 minutes of time.
Come on, we don't got all day. Call a fold, man. All right.
You just effectively made $800 in 90 minutes. As you're
Listen,
like,
I'm about to get on this plane, and they're saying they want me to be a flight attendant.
part of the like benefit here is that a lot of the people here are like also just passing through town, because that's like kind of the like nature of this town. Like, no one's in here. Like, you do notice that like none of the inns are very big. There's very few people who are here like for long periods of time. Just like anyone who like arrives and is waiting for a nomad pack, basically. So like a lot of the people here are also like getting on like a different nomad packs, or they're like part of a cargo like courier service, and they're like just like stopping in for a little bit. So everyone is playing a little bit fast and loose, and you tap into that, and you kind of are able to kind of like pressure that. Like, everyone's like, they want to play fast, but like also like every time they're like, oh, I've lost a little bit, you're like, come on, let's go. And like,
yeah, what are we doing here? We playing poker, or are we sitting around a book club?
And you're able to do it in a way that like you're like that like little bit of jabbing, you don't like make anyone pissed at you, and you don't like, you basically get 5 spurs as a like part from everybody. So it's not like you've like completely like bullied one person into like losing all of their money that they put in. You like, there's like 6 people at this table, and you get like
everybody's
a spur.
like a little down, and I'm pretty up, so nobody feels too bad.
Yeah. and then like you look at the like clock, and you're like, that's it, that's all you're on the list. They're like, oh well, hey, next time you're through. Like, everyone's having a good time. You basically turn this table that was already kind of lively, and you just like ratcheted up the momentum a little bit. You're like let's just ante in like an extra like 5 drink tokens every pot, like, right, let's make the pots a little bit bigger, let's make the spicy.
Look at this, what am I gonna do with these drink tokens? This isn't even enough to get me buzz.
And you're able to cash in for 5 spurs at the bar.
All right. Ooh, okay. Hey, who do I pay to get on the boat?
Yeah. Franny, Max is gone. I don't think you're able to really find them unless you do just go to a bunch of saloons.
No, I'm not. I'll ask. I get back and I go, hey, where's Max?
Who are you asking? Us?
Yeah, the people at the bus,
sure.
whoever that is.
They left right after they talked to you, I think.
Okay.
I just feel terrible too. I feel like I should have talked to them earlier.
I don't think you have to. I mean, you're allowed to feel however it is you need to feel, Daddy. But like, this was probably always going to happen this way, but this is the safest way to go, right? It's just a shame we don't have enough money to pay for everybody to just travel, right? That's it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
sure. Yeah, I just, a little warning goes a long way,
I mean, I'm not necessarily sure that it would have changed anything in the long run. I think that Max probably still would have been pretty against this choice. But there wasn't time to talk to them, and obviously, because we've only got 90 minutes before loadout. But that they've not traveled, as far as I know, with another nomad pack, and the one that they do have is, they were not their kind of people,
No.
right? So I don't think you should feel bad. I think that maybe it's like a learning experience, right? Like, we're all back together, so now we have to remember our own foibles, right?
That's a good point. You're better at reading people than I am, dear. You're right.
It was sort of my whole job.
And I know that they went off that way. Couldn't tell you where, but
I'm not going to go find them. It's good news, so it doesn't matter.
okay.
Hey, do you have any, books?
I'm sure.
I don't want to read a textbook, is the thing. Is there, a story? No. Do you know where Mama keeps the stories that aren't textbooks here? There's got to be one, right? Or
there's a fiction section. It's, the one about the what is it? The kids that interview. They go off to the towns and solve prom mysteries. I don't remember what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about.
I don't, but I'll look for it. I can read the backs of the books. It's fine.
Yeah. Geez, what is it? The truck drivers. Oh gosh, I'll think about it. I'll get back.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'll find it. I'll find it.
Okay.
And then I just look for a book that is a storybook that's just.
You find some young adult literature.
Yes, romance triangle.
As you take the bus over to the dock to meet up with Slug, basically right under the wire, Max returns.
I think I'm at the dock, hey, who do I pay to get onto this boat?
That is what you were greeted with when you arrive, Max standing there.
Oh, we got you. We already got the deal.
My God, I look for a nomad. Hey,
Max.
who do I want to give you money to take me somewhere?
I love the idea of Max just walking off his friend. He's like, Max.
Hold on, Franny. I gotta pay for my ticket here.
All right, fine. They'll figure it out. It's fine.
Did Max do not stop when Franny yells out your name?
I think the fourth or fifth time, probably. But if Franny does not persist to a fourth or fifth time, Franny is a very good read of people. Max does not necessarily outwardly look like they are panicking. But Franny can tell Max is almost on the edge of anxiety attack levels of panic right now.
I'm gonna take a first aid, a machinery cube, just a little piece off of machinery cube, and just
that's not what a machinery cube is, but continue.
Whatever. I'm gonna, a little wire ball or something that's
within a knob from something.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find and hook it at Max.
Ah, Jesus! What the fuck?
I paid for you already.
What? Why did you do that?
Because I hate you, and obviously I don't want you to be comfortable at all.
Yeah, but Franny, we don't have like any money.
I had enough money.
All right. Well, hey, who do I pay to get my sister a ticket?
I don't want a ticket. I don't want a ticket. It's fine.
Wait, hold on. Do you really not want a ticket, or are you saying that because you think like it'll make me feel better?
I don't want a ticket.
All right. How much was the ticket?
4 Spurs.
All right. Here's 4 Spurs.
Someone say something about paying?
No, go away.
Okay.
This is a family conversation.
And then Slug walks up and goes, Kumilicans! How's it going? All right, so there's 3 barter in transit and one of you is paid for. Max, where is you?
Yeah, it's me.
All right, cool. Anything you need to load up, go ahead and take over there. You're gonna be on that gray boat over there. That's where you're gonna be. That's where the passengers are. Captain of your boat is Moose. So you have any questions, you ask for Moose, but otherwise they'll show you to your quarters. The 3 of you, Paige, and what are your names?
Cleve Kumilican, pleasure to meet you.
Cleve, you're the scout one, right?
That's me.
All right, well, yeah, it's a hell of a jetpack there. All right, so where have you scouted? Done anything over the lake, perchance? What was your route before? And how long?
It's mostly been in the waste. I give him the general information of where in the waste to the west and around Fenton.
And he goes, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and send you over to Captain Siren Sue. You talk to Siren Sue. She's gonna hook you up. You're gonna be riding bitch with a couple of our scouts. You can use your jetpack. They're going to be waterborne, but you can coordinate with them and help us get a look out. You're going to be ahead of the pack for most of the trip. It's going to be a 2-day journey. All right. Across the lake. The shores, the shallows are slow going. Once we get to the body, we'll be able to pick up the pace a little bit. Obviously, Cleve, you're going to be scouting for most of the daylight hours. I'm not going to put you on the night crew. Ain't no point. You're up in the air. You ain't got no sonar or nothing. So, so that will be when you rest up. You're there sunrise to sunset. Got it?
Understood. Oh, if nothing else in the PM, I can help with refueling too.
I won't say no to that. You organize that with Siren Sue. That's her right over there. Points to like a very, very like tall woman who like is towering over like the people around her.
Miss Sue. Oh, hey, please meet you.
She like turns to you with like a heavily scarred like face and like just like a really mean looking demeanor as you run over, Miss Sue. And he goes, and your name? To Franny.
Franny. Kumilican Wheels.
Right. Sheriff of where?
Town's moved on. Former sheriff.
Got it. Town impact moved on. All right. Reliable sort. You ever you know your way around any tech?
Not anything that you want to keep working.
What's that sign over there say? Points like pretty far, but you're able to make out clam shack. It's like way down the way.
Loud. It's a clam shack.
Yeah, go ahead, cover one eye while you're at it, he says with a grin.
Clam shack.
All right, that'll do. I'm gonna put you up in the crow's nest. You're gonna be it's basically crow's nest is a radio tower. Like you can see as soon as he says it, you're like, it's on that boat there. Just like one of the larger vessels has like a tower built into its back, like an observation tower. And he goes, it's a radio tower there. You're mostly going to be communicating with the scouts as they come back within radio band, things like that, and just keeping a lookout for things in general. If you knew tech, that'd be a little bit more helpful, but for the most part, the machinery, the stuff up there works. Your captain's going to be Ducky. And they'll meet you up there. They're going to be at your side the whole time up there in the crow's nest. So you just take care of that.
All right.
And Mrs. Page.
Uh-huh.
I already talked to Whitehair. And your rounds are going to start on Buckle Down Jim's boat. So go ahead and make your way down to Buckle Downs. It's that brown little dinghy over there. They're going to be with the pack for now, but they have a couple extra stops that they have to make. So you got to start there, work with their crew a little bit, and then Buckle Down will pass you over to Quarter, to Toothy, Frenchie, Moose, Growler, Davy, Ducky, Weasel, Clam Jam, Slug, that's me, and Toothless.
For lessons on all of them?
You're going to be bouncing around, basically. You're going to be giving lessons to some of the crew, and then obviously when you're on Moose's, it's going to be crew and passenger, because that's where passengers are going to be.
Sure. Great. Amazing.
Yeah, you're going to be working the whole trip all the way through. I mean, you'll get meals and rest provided, but plenty of people still need to brush up on their lessons. It's going to be a smattering of knowledge you're going to have to help fortify up.
Sure. Yeah. Happy to do it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get anything you need for your teaching off your bus. We're going to put that over on Quarters ship, and then you'll have full access to it if you need anything for your lessons, but grab what you can so that way you don't have to make the trip too many times.
Sure. And how many days are we going to be on?
2 days across the lake.
Oh, 2 days. All right. Okay. It didn't leave me much time in terms of lesson planning, but I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, you're gonna have like basically a few hours on each ship each day.
Gotcha. Okay, well, great.
Yeah, and with like that kind of like adjustment, you kind of see these docks are like both like docked and kind of like removed from the dock and kind of like in the water waiting. You see the Wave Rovers are made up of 13 ships and boats, with anywhere what it looks like from like, just a few people as the crew for a ship to as many as like a dozen to a crew for one ship. A handful of the ships are like just like large cargo barges, not nearly as big as the things Cleve saw moving down those water channels, but like still like barges. And then they have like you see like Cleve has been sent over to Siren Sue's ship, and like Siren Sue's ship is like kind of a little bit smaller, has a big long antenna out the back, and also has like, you can see like it opens up at the bottom at the water level, and like they're like jet skis that like are like being like loaded up into it. It's like the scout like vessel, and
like
each
a landing pad and stuff.
Each ship is, they actually don't seem to have any air transit. It seems like Cleve is going to be
it's mostly
unique in that way.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Like
Awesome.
that's like they like, it looks like all the scouts are on like kind of like quick water vehicles and no air travel.
How much like Baywatch is it? Scale of 1 to 10?
You definitely see like one group of scouts who are like running in slow motion,
just hot, tan,
really hot, really tan. But it is, I must say, we are still in the way, so it's very muddy. So it's just like
they're like running and it's just like splashing up on their like thighs, like perfectly toned, perfectly sculpted, like shits.
But there's got to be like a between boat version of volleyball, right? Like there's definitely a game that they play.
No one's doing that yet, but potentially. And like here you're like in the shallows, so like the water here is very like murky and like green. It has a lot of like algae and like growth around it, like but it is deep enough for like where the docks can be built out far enough that like the boats can kind of touch the docks. But mostly it's the smaller vessels that are on the docks, and the larger vessels are kind of waiting in the bay. And he goes, so grab your stuff. We'll go ahead and load up your vehicle. You'll be good to go. And if you have any questions, talk to the captain of your ship, and they'll send you in the right direction.
Sure, will do. Thank you so much.
And he goes, all right, well, pleasure doing business with you. If you have any troubles, let me know. And it goes without saying, if you are in any trouble, I will know. and he tips his hat to you and then goes running off to deal with something else.
Wonderful.
And just like that, you're all just kind of like absorbed into the wave rovers. Cleve, Siren Sue looks down to you and goes, you are the extra, right?
Oh yeah, trying to pay my way. I brought the old girl with me, and he pats his jetpack.
Okay. We'll send you out with first group. They will show you exactly what you are looking for. You'll coordinate with them in the air. This is your radio. Let's get you situated. I don't have much time.
Cleve is amazed that the radio is as small as it is.
And Paige, you meet up with Buckle Down, who goes, "Hey, you be the teacher, yeah?"
Oh, I sure am, Paige Kumilicans. So nice to meet you.
All right, when's my lesson?
Oh, we can start right now if you're good.
Well, you're gonna have to talk to me while I steer, but absolutely. Let's get to it. Last teacher that came through was teaching me arthritis, arithmitis.
Oh, arithmetic. Oh, wonderful. How far did you get?
Well, we were on to the multiplicants.
Oh, your multiplication tables. Oh, well, that's quite far. You've done very well.
Thank you. Buckle Down Jim is like a short, stout, smelly man. But as you like start your lesson with him, he is dumb as rocks and he is very rough around the edges. But like you get one thing, and it's like this dude grew up on a boat and all he knows is boats, and he loves the sea. And those are the three characteristics of Buckle Down Jim, except for like unseemly and uncouth and like undesirable as you like are in like his little like frigate that he's in is like very claustrophobic. He has like the smallest crew. It's mostly like what you can tell is like he does like short runs off of it. Like he's like, well, you have hit me here for a few hours, and then I have to split off from the pack because I have to hit 3 more settlements along the way. As kind of and like this is like a concept known to you. Like these kind of like cargo runners that like instead of the whole pack, they're in quicker vehicles that can split off and then catch back up. So like that's kind of like his thing. His thing is small enough that he can go to the settlements that are like more in the shallows and get stuff and bring them back to the pack, and like keep pace with the pack. And so like this small little like shitty frigate that he has a hell of an engine on it, and like once the pack gets going, he's like just tearing through like psh, psh, like hitting wave after wave.
Yeah, pages unflapped.
And you assume that the buckle down thing is because like everything on his boat is like extremely like battened down, and like
actually I wonder if pages unflapped.
Everything is like as nailed and like secure as possible. You see like even his mug that like he drinks out of like has like a housing in his like console that makes it so that it doesn't like fall off, and it has like a lid he like snaps onto it when he's not drinking out of it.
I did roll for it. Paige is a little flapped, but like she's pressing on. She's really determined to do a good job.
Yeah. So Paige, let's go ahead and have you for your journey. This is not an easy journey for anyone except for Max. Which Max, you're in a small like portion of a larger ship that's like kind of. You're shown the areas where, as passengers, you are allowed. You're shown the people that you need to talk to if you have any questions. Where you're like, where you can relieve yourself, where you're sleeping, where you can like keep your personal effects, and then in general, you're just kind of expected to like stay out of the way and just wait. And they're like, yeah, you have 2 days. We'll provide some meals, but you're allowed to like, they're not like. They're like, this is our slop that you can eat, right? Like, just basically as coach as you can get.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't love it. I make friends with any other passengers that are here. And if there is a cross-ship volleyball, I will put on my jorts and play.
Okay. So, Paige, just to get a sense of how well you do at your job, which is mostly what Slug is interested in, you can roll Manipulate at a -4 or Connections at a -6.
Manipulate at a -4?
Mm-hmm. You have to your own. You identified it right away. You don't have a lot of time with each of these people, right?
Sure. But by the second day, she has customized lesson plans for everybody. She's working a little bit to the bone on this. She's extremely determined to make a good showing for herself and her family. To which I'm going to spend 2 grit to make my own luck, and I'm going to invoke my performer, which I got specifically for this reason.
I full on, yeah. Your lessons with Buckle Down are one-on-one, but like a lot of the time you are dealing with groups, and so like I'm gonna like performer absolutely applies here.
Cool. And I made my own luck twice. And I bamboozle you 8 times. No,
it's on a post.
I don't care.
Yeah, this is what you're able. The reason this is manipulate or connections is specifically because there's nothing that the people who are on these ships like your level of like baseline level of knowledge is enough for all of them, right? There's like a lot of them are like children, and then there's also a decent amount of like adults who have around Buckle Down's like level of education. Like you're teaching like different people on different ships like sign language, which like it's like the kind of younger kids like they know a little bit from their parents because that's a primary way to like communicate across ships, but like they're still like, you know, the parents only have so much time to teach them, so like a lot of the parents are like, please God, can you, like, he struggles with his signing.
Yeah, she like customizes it to like what people want, and then also like she knows what nomads need to know. And what nomads typically need help with, so like she can teach nomad like stuff that's applicable to nomads, like referencing stuff around the pack to like help them. And then like she knows like the general like passenger lessons of like these are things that are generally good and applicable.
Good to know across Manifest wherever you're going.
Across the board, you're gonna want to know sign language. You're gonna want to know your
Max, you get to witness Paige giving a few lessons to some of your.
Yeah, I leave.
That's when Max like immediately is like, I heard there's a game up deck.
Paige when she sees Max and she enters as they start to leave, Paige is like, all passengers are entitled to a lesson if they'd like.
Good, I think.
All right, suit yourself. And she begins to like lessen the crap out of the rest of the people who are there to the tune of 4 hits.
Yeah, absolutely. You do your job extremely well. You manage to like figure out what people need quickly enough that you're actually able to make impactful lessons along the way. And like the hardest thing are the people who like aren't kids, because like the things that, like they have like a weird smattering of stuff where like they're like they know some stuff that's very practical in their life, but then there's a bunch of shit that they just like don't know. And like the kids are generally like all around the same like base level of like knowledge. The nomad kids are a little bit different than the passenger kids, but because they've all been like taught a little bit by their parents about like just like general stuff, but like you're like extremely helpful throughout the way, and like you just get singing. Like your first day is like a little bit of like touch base, figure out what everyone needs, and your second day you come in with lesson plans.
Yeah.
You don't get to see Cleve at all for the 2 days. Cleve is working on a different ship, and just like the time when you are on Siren Sue's ship, the people you are assisting are like Cleve is out for that.
Yeah. I as a side note, when she passes by Slug's ship, I think she'll ask Slug if there's any way she could at night do any crafting or any tonic making, or even just swab the deck or do barnacle work to make a couple extra spurs on the journey.
He goes, yeah, I mean, we'll buy. I don't think it's worth your time to be doing manual labor, but if you can brew up some tonics, we'll barter. We'll give you a fair price for anything you make. Sure. Particularly antitoxins are extremely worthwhile for us. But really anything that you know how to brew up, we're happy to take.
Cool. Yeah, we'll do.
if you want to roll to craft some tonics during this journey, you absolutely can. Because of your extremely like heavy workload, I will have you can roll first aid at a -3.
Cool.
Just because it's hard to like, you can like get the thing, like you go basically to the bus and are like can start brewing a thing as you grab lesson plan and like books and stuff, and then you go off to the next place and come back. You're like, yeah, I have to go back right now because it's gonna boil over. Like,
yeah, she's just super busy, like running herself ragged the whole time.
Yeah.
What class of tonic is antitoxin? Is it tier 1?
That's tier 1 for. I mean, it's stackable, so it can be as strong an antitoxin as you want. But I will say that like, making anything above a tier 1 is going to be really like possible, maybe.
Yeah, and she's got a first aid cube. If anyone else has a first aid cube or two that can lend, she can make more.
We have a med kit.
Doesn't somebody? I thought
no. There was a busted one in the past.
Yeah, so you don't actually.
Yeah, so I don't have the ability to make tonics. That's my bad.
Yeah. Okay. Slug doesn't follow up on it. He's like, yeah, if you can brew something, and then you're like, shit, that's right, the med kit is broken, and then like, and then you're like, well, and then you move on. Like Slug doesn't like go like, where are those tonics or anything like that, because he's just like, he's like, you're doing. Every time you see Slug, he's like, I hear you're doing great. Keep it up.
Sure. Thank you so much, Slug. I appreciate. Hey, be working on those. Be working on the conjugation there tonight. I'll be testing you tomorrow. There's a quiz.
I know. You think, hey, I got time for homework. I'm done with my job until we get there. Meanwhile, Max, when you break off to go, like hang out with the crew basically on their like off time, they don't have a ton of off time, but there is one.
I'm actually only, I gotta stress, I'm only interested in hanging out with the crew while they're off if they look actively cool. Right, because they gotta overcome the baseline level of disinterest I possess to the whole endeavor.
Well, what you can see is they don't have a lot of like off time when they're in transit. At least not on this ship. Like wherever they go to hang out, it's not here, right?
Yeah.
But what you do see is there's kind of this little, you're able to catch something, like especially when you break off from Paige, you're just kind of like hanging out, like taking in the air. You see that there's this like red disc that is thrown from ship to ship, almost like in a game, as like a game of like tag between ships whenever they were close together. And so like every once in a while they're like there's like a whistle and as one ship is nearby, and then like one person who's like doing some job will look over and like leap and like catch the thing, and then like they'll turn to like another nearby ship and like whistle at them and like toss it over, and like they seem to intentionally try to skip it off the water when they throw it instead of just throwing it directly.
Oh shit, that's cool as fuck.
And like they catch it, and like it's like they all seem pretty at least adept at it enough that like there's only like one point that you spot maybe where it falls in the water, and like one person who's like in the water like on a smaller vessel like swings by and grabs it and like tosses it back up. And it's like, from what you can tell, there's only one disc for the whole pack as they're being like passed around from vessel to vessel, and like it leaves this boat for like a while, and then like a handful of minutes later, like you just suddenly see someone like leaping and grabbing it as it flies over.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah, and I'll say there's one point. Yep, there's one point where it is flying nearby you, and you could let it pass by you, or you could let it pass by you, and a crew who's higher up could get it, or you could grab it and play the game for one round.
If you catch it, do you gotta huck it?
You've seen people like toss it to another crewmate to like they want to like basically they're on the left side of on the deck, and the person's on the right, and like the other ship that needs to get it to is on that side, so they like kind of do a little hopscotch.
There's a relay.
Yeah, relay.
Yeah, I'll grab it. Yeah, I'll leap up and
yeah. Go ahead and roll in athletics at a -2 for me. It's not meant for you. Meanwhile, Cleve. You get the rundown from the scouts you're running with. They are basically, you're able to tell that they primarily use like sonar devices built into their smaller like jet skis basically, and like water scooters. Like you see that they have like these like sonar devices that like have like housings on them that allow them to like kind of like scan the area around them to make sure that there's not anything like large and dangerous around. But they also tell you like some other stuff. They're like, look like specifically the thing that you're going to be useful for is spotting like things further away so that they know maybe where to go. Like you can be like, hey, go check that out. I saw something over there. Right. They tell you a couple things to look for. They tell you to look out for thick fog, and they tell you to look out for any other vessels, because they want to like check in on those vessels and see if they can identify them or anything like that. They want you to like, basically they say if you see another vessel, like get any information you can with a flyby. Don't get too close, don't get shot. But like do a general flyby and just like see what you can see from afar. Any identifying features or anything like that, because anything that's like a cargo vessel or a commercial vessel, or even sometimes like a frequently like transiting like personal vessel will have like things on their ship that will make it so they'll be like, oh, that's Bob's ship, it's all good, right? Whereas if they like can't identify it, then they need to investigate further to make sure it's not pirates. Then they also like, you know, from above, like they tell you like right around the like they're dealing with the deeps, so they want you to ride around like the like part where it becomes less shallow, like that kind of that middle ground between the shallows and the deeps, because they're going to scan deep into the deeps. Like you're not gonna be able to see anything from above, but there are parts of Lake Alejandro that where like it's a little bit shallow, so you might be, if there is a creature there, you might be able to see. And so they're like, look out for anything around there that might be dangerous, so on and so forth. And basically you're just kind of like radioing with them. You're trying to stay within radio range of each other at all times. So I'm going to have you roll either observe at a -5 or survival at a -2 to identify any threats that you are being tasked with identifying.
You said survival at a -2, is that what it is?
Survival at a -2 or observe at a -5.
Understood.
And
right.
Max, how'd you do on your athletics roll?
I got 2 hits.
Yeah, you catch it. You full on catch it, and they're like, oh! Hey, toss it on up out here. I'll go ahead and pass it over.
Yeah, I give it a little toss up there.
Good catch, Prom! As they walk away and toss it to another vessel.
Fucking why? You were cool.
And Franny, you are led to the Crow's Nest, which is this radio tower on top of this like this kind of like medium-sized vessel that seems to be kind of the spearhead of the pack. Like many of the ships kind of do operations behind. The only thing that is kind of a more forward position than this ship is Siren Sue's ship, which is the scouting ship, which is beyond most people's vision, but up in the Crow's Nest you can sometimes spot it. And it is literally like, it's like an air traffic control tower. It's like a 360 degree, they have like metal, like shuttered windows with like wide shutters that can be slammed shut if they need to be. And the tech in here is like held together with tape. It is functional, and that's about it. But you are introduced to Ducky, the captain, who is sitting there, not steering the vessel, but instead operating the comms tower, basically. And she turns to you and goes, "Well, howdy. You're the stowaway, yeah?"
That's me.
All right. Well, let me give you the rundown about things here. This is going to be your station for the most part right here. This is going to talk to some of the scouts. I'm going to be in charge with coordinating everything with the other vessels. You just go ahead and mark down anything they say, mark down their locations, check in with them regularly. If you do not hear from them in 30 minutes, send a ping out to them to make sure that they're good. Tell them to report it in. Because if they break radio silence, or if they don't break radio silence in that amount of time, then we could be running into a shitstorm. Meanwhile, while you're doing that, you should be looking around for anything they might have missed, because they are quite far ahead. And really just that's about it. You just keep a sharp eye out and you gather as much information as you can. And right now you can roll observe at a -4 to kind of like organize the information that you can gather and like and like parse through, like, because like the comms are just like basically you put on a headset and like the comms are just like constant, right? Like you just hear, and it's just like literally just like, this is this vessel doing this, checking in, this is this happening this way, checking in. And then like every once in a while, like they seem to be also like all radio waves seem to go through this tower. This is basically the buoy, like the network, and like they have open channels to each other, and every once in a while someone will call out for an operator, and that's you, to like give them a direct line to like a captain instead of just an open channel to one of the ships. But in general, you're trying to like listen for those things, as well as if you hear anything that seems to need to be like passed on to one of the more seasoned operators, then you want to like catch those things, because basically it seems like each station gets a portion of the radio traffic. And you're going to be rolling observe at a -4. It does occur to you just by looking at this. I'm saying this because you are a sheriff in a town back when LRC operators were not very prevalent. The tech here is really shitty. You do spot just a little bit of maybe illegal LRC tech. Not enough to make up a full LRC tower, but like some tech that like you're like, I'm pretty sure that like you need a license for that. I wonder if the Snowbad Pack has that. But in general, it's all like extremely like old and patched together pieces of technology. And you think if you were to provide tech support in some way, you might be able to get clearer signals, because it's all really garbled. But otherwise, observe it at -4.
I have absolutely no resources when it comes to technology, but I did get 3 successes with a 9 high on observe.
Cool. Yeah, this is unopposed. So you are able to, there is a point where you might have missed, like somebody said they were running low on fuel and no one picked it up. Like no one responded. And they said it like twice. They're like, we are bingo fuel running out here. Can someone send something over? And like no one responds. And then like a little bit later, someone says like, any word on that fuel? Well, we're a bit far out from the pack. We could get stranded here. And you're able to check in with Ducky and get the like comm line to like send a fuel supply over to that ship so that it doesn't end up falling behind the pack.
Nice. I did it.
You did it. Cleve, my good man, I need to know what your highest is.
This is an opposed test? Wait, I bamboozle you. I bamboozle you 5 times.
Okay.
God, I want that clip for like a ringtone.
Okay. You bamboozle me 5 times. Tough. Yeah. Okay. 5 times.
That's what I said. And I meant it too.
Damn. My highest is an 8.
An 8. All right. Yeah, I've got 2 over an 8 and 9 and a 10.
Okay.
And I do think I want to spend some grit so that I can get more successes. Unless you're gonna spend grit so that I can't.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you're the aggressor in this. No, you're not. But I'm not spending grit. I'm the aggressor. I'm not spending grit.
Fair enough. Good. Yeah, I'm just gonna spend 2 more to twist the knife so I can get 3 successes. No. I'm gonna spend 4 more so I can get 4 successes.
Oh my God, Cleve.
Yeah. No, if Maxie can spend some grit on important things, I can too.
Okay. Well, my good man. Cleve, the sun starts getting pretty low, and so your shift is about over, right? It's
Sure.
it's like the next, like you basically, you've gotten passed back and forth. Basically, you're doing double duty. So like the scouting parties don't usually go like sun up to sundown, but you are being passed from like different scouting party to scouting party. So you're basically just constantly in the air. They provide the fuel for your refuels and stuff like that.
That's kind of them.
But like you are basically like the through thread through like 3 different daytime scouting parties. And it starts getting pretty low, so they're like radioing like, it's all right, time to pack it in, reconvene, we're all good here, let's pass out, we'll pass the torch over. Kumilican, you're off. And
10-4 returning to the nest.
And as you turn and start like heading back, like it's getting pretty dark. And you like notice like, cause you're kind of like working around the shore a little bit, but it's a part of Lake Alejandro where the channel is pretty narrow. So like you can see a decent amount of the pack off in the distance, like way off in the distance. And you see the other scouting party like moving out towards a direction. And what you do is you spot where they're heading, like kind of off into the distance, a little bit like where the channel like opens up. And there's a lot of vegetation in the area, and something catches your eye a little bit. You see some weird movements, like in the, like, there's like these like big, tall, like weeping trees with like long branches and like lots of like long, like shadowy, like parts of them. And you see, like, you know, cliff edges kind of popping out there, and they're going to basically scout out that little cove, make sure there's no, like, you know, it seems like a pretty decent place where like pirates could hide or something like that. And as you look over there, you see like some weird movements, in the terrain kind of above and away from them. And that like irks you a little bit, enough that like you may want to go check it out.
Scout schooner belay that. I got some action over here that I'm going to check out. Just give me 1 second.
All right, you keep us posted. Open up your channel to 6 also, so you can talk to scouting party 3 in case we break distance.
10-4.
And you continue forward. And you can see the scouting party that you've opened up the channels for, and they're like, all right, gonna be a nice long night. So who wants to go ahead and go northward? And like kind of like just like having like, you know, general like banter as they're like trying to figure out, like they've just started their shift, so they're like kind of like easing into it. They seem very relaxed. They seem to have a very nice, like, they're like nocturnal, so their nights are the day, and they apparently like, you know, they had a late day yesterday where they were like drinking and hanging out, and they're like talking about that and being like, one day I'm going to beat you in Pio, one day. And then we're like, well, you know, if you drink a little bit less, maybe you can remember where the pieces are supposed to go. And like, you know, just like banter like that. They're warming up to their shift. And you get a little bit closer and you see that shift of movement again. And you kind of like duck down and like wait for a minute. And like the clouds part and the moonlight shines down. And you realize it looks like the shadows under this tree themselves are moving in a large form. And you, with how many successes did you get?
It was 4 successes.
This scouting party is riding into the direction of a snallygaster. There's a snallygaster, a massive creature, a massive blood-sucking creature that can kind of wreath itself in shadows using luminescent powers. And you're pretty sure it's like this cove is a great place for pirates. Also, maybe a great place for a snallygaster to get a meal of like a gumbaroo or even a snollygaster that is too close to the shore.
Or pirates.
Or pirates that try to use this cove to ambush people. So like the way they're chattering, like they don't see, it doesn't seem like, you know, they've done this, you know, they're nomads. They've done this route a lot. These guys have probably checked this cove 1,000 times. And their general disposition is this is the first thing they do when they're at this point in the trip. And it's like, there's never anything here, but there is something here. There's a snallygaster.
There, all right.
You see a snallygaster.
Immediately Cleve gets on the comms. Mayday, mayday, party three, watch out. Snallygaster on your whatever direction it is from them. And then
sorry. Who is this on our comm?
Cleve, just leaving from the last party. There's a snallygaster on your 6. Mayday, watch out.
You saying snollygaster or snallygaster?
Snallygaster, a blood-sucking shadow wreather. Get out of
there. There's like a moment where they're like, is this guy serious? And then like you like fly up and they see you like see one of them kind of like turning in the distance, like see you and like kind of match your vision and like look at like the shadowy like cliff edge above them. They don't seem to see what you're seeing, but like they go, roger that, Cleve. Everyone kind of spin off here. Where's it at, Cleve? Give me a sign. I'm looking at you. And you're able to kind of like
that tree over there. Yeah, I point at, I give them a good direction.
And as you do that, they go, flares up, boys, flares up. And as they like kind of skirt the shallows there, it's just like, and these flares kind of go up.
His zip tie and his little.
These flares like kind of go up and like this like slow arc towards the shore. And as they do, they like start taking away the shadows in the area. And you notice the shadow move further inland and away from the shore. And disappear over the horizon. And they're like, damn, fish god praised, I guess. Thank you there, Clevey.
Hey, you know, that's what you pay. That's what you pay me the big bucks for, or
hell,
I guess what I'm paying for.
Well, I heard it. You was a prom. Who you ride with?
Oh, you wouldn't know them. It's an old pack. They moved on.
Well, it checks out to me, buddy. So we'll catch you. Where you drink if we can catch you, but sunrise.
Don't want to take that drink. I'll tell you what.
All right. And then they
stay safe out there, fellas. I'm heading back to the nest.
Roger that. Thanks again for the heads up. Yeah, those guys were gonna be fucked. And
that's why you spend that grit.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for all of the grit. You made that happen. You made this possible. That was for you.
And with that, the journey is uneventful. Those are the only eventful things in the journey. Franny catches a minor fuel crisis that she's able to avert. Max is able to not have to do anything for the journey.
Hey, is there like a kid or a teenager I could convince to like write "fuck Birdie" somewhere on the boat?
Absolutely 100%. If it's not one of the nomads, it will be one of the passengers. You got to get enough manipulate. You can absolutely convince a child to write that. You just leave that there in the above and to the side of the entrance to the passenger thing. It just says "fuck Birdie" on the ship. And Paige, you make great strides in everyone's lessons. And at the end of the trip, when you check in with Slug, he's just like, I'm flabbergasted. You might be one of the hardest working teachers we ever got. You definitely got nomad in your blood, no doubt.
Oh, sure do. You know, it runs deep. But it was a pleasure riding with you. You got a fine unit here.
Well, thank you. We try. Yeah, old white hair said if you need to cross Alejandro again, your family done enough work that you can get another trip back if you need.
Oh, well, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much, Sug. It was a real pleasure.
Absolutely. Pleasure's been ours, really. You hear what your husband did?
Oh, I'm sure I will the whole way around the bone sass.
All right, well, I'll leave him to tell it then.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Y'all have a safe journey now.
You guys arrive in a very, very small little port town, an Ambleby town as much as a port town can be. As you are able to unload your stuff and get onto a more established trail to New Fenton. All four of you reconvene at the bus as the Rovers are quick. You're basically the only people dropping off here. They do a quick little cargo exchange, and then they're off the moment you guys are ashore. Basically, you all go in on like Bungle Down's ship. Or sorry,
hey,
buckle down,
close.
buckle down, Jim.
He said buckle down.
Buckle down.
Jim.
Buckle down is his name.
Yeah,
Buckle down.
I feel like he's about to tell me I'll never be a pirate. Anyways, is there an LRC tower in this town?
Yeah. Anything that's
All right.
a proper settlement, it has an LRC tower.
Excellent. New Fenton got like reservations available. Sweet.
New Fenton does not have a brothel that is part of Sweet.
Ah, damn. All right. Well, that sucks.
You are all able to load into the bus and start heading.
I take my bike off the back and I will ride my bike from here.
Sure. You still got quite a journey along the way. It is you still have about 2, 4. You have like 10 to 11 days of transit still. But it is way safer because you are on basically an established route, which means every once in a while as you're going, you'll see like in the distance a different nomad pack just like tearing through and like splitting off down like a different route. Like just basically like stepping into the like more like local route before they blaze their own trail down some weird path. Yeah, you're making your way northwestward towards New Fenton for a little over a week, or a little under 2 weeks if you want to look at it that way. And that's where we're going to take a short break here. And we'll pick up with all of y'all on the road again, back in the bus and the motorcycle. All right.
Yeah.
I got 10:39 on the clock. And so we're going to try to make it about a 10 to 15 minute break. So we'll see you guys a little bit before 11 p.m. Central. See you in a bit.
Baby Jane.
And we're back. Hi, everybody. For those of you that are just joining us, the Kumilican family have safely transited across Lake Alejandro with the assistance of the Wave Rovers, a nomad pack that enlisted Cleve, Paige, and Franny as freelancers, basically. Cleve as an extra scout, an aerial scout. Paige as a teacher, Franny as a comms officer, and meanwhile, Franny and Max split the cost effectively on Max being able to just move along as a passenger. Franny with
the 3 spurs were totally worth it for the quiet.
You had the opposite of quiet. You had nothing but no voices in your ear.
Yeah, that's not the fucking quiet.
Yeah, but I don't. That's not that. Twinsies.
That's quiet.
Along that journey, Max almost had a good exchange with a nomad, and then the nomad
They were doing so good.
And then they called Max a prom. And
which Max is. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not about whether or not I am a prom. It's the idea that they got so word for people that they can use, and they get to think that they're better than other people. Listen, I can't get into it all already. It's not time.
Paige did a remarkable job managing her lesson plans to make the absolute most out of what little time she had with different people to help teach various members of the pack and various passengers their whatever schooling they needed based on their own needs. Franny managed to catch something that most people would have missed, which was a minor fuel crisis where one boat was about to be left behind because no one had sent over fuel. Franny was able to make that happen, and because of that, saved the pack and the family at least a day. They would have had to would have at least lost a day, as the pack would have to slow down to go back and get this other boat. And Cleve, at the end of his shift, managed to spot, against all odds, a snallygaster, a terrifying night dragon creature that hides in the shadows, wrapping the shadows around it. Cleve was able to spot it and warn a scouting party, saving that scouting party's life.
That's why they call me Eagle Eye Cleve, Copper Bird Eye Cleve.
and and they got dropped off on the shore of Lake Alejandro and jumped on one of the more traveled paths through the Badlands up towards the edge of the Piazza Basin, where I mean, not really the edge of the Piazza Basin, like southwest of the Piazza Basin, where New Fenton resides in Markham's Landing territory. They still have quite a bit of time between here and there, but it is relatively uneventful travel, because Nomad, they went through some of the more dangerous areas with a Nomad pack, which is inherently safe. And now they are on a main road, and I will go ahead and spoil that there's no bandits along this well-traveled road, it seems like. And along the way, you're able to see the occasional Nomad pack jump on the road, move along it for a little bit, and jump off on their own path. And then you also in the distance occasionally see like different wildlife, like you see the dust of an Ache herd at some point in the journey, way off in the distance. Max on the motorcycle, Paige, Cleve, and Franny in the bus. I will put up a what's the word I want? A voluntary shoot the shit. If anyone wants to roll shoot the shit at somebody, they can.
Okay, cool.
They
that was nicer than I thought you were gonna be.
Yeah, you guys don't have to, because you got like basically you've been on the move, but now it's just kind of like easy coasting. So no one, you guys have had plenty of time to talk and chat along the way, anyways. But so no one has to roll shoot the shit if they don't want to. You all can kind of just like keep to yourself along this journey, especially with Max on their motorcycles, a little extra room in the bus. And Cleve presumably occasionally like hopping in the jetpack to just like putz around a little bit before coming back.
Cleve, okay, so I'm gonna do this, kind of make a character choice. Cleve wants to shoot the shit with Max and like wants to talk to Max about what happened. But looking at my character sheet, I am rolling one die at a 7. So if I'm lucky, it'll turn out to be just a a level thing, and I just don't want it to go that poorly. So I think Cleve actually actively avoids Max rather than shooting the shit.
Oh, come on, Seth.
I love it. That's such a
not to sway you
parental
one way or the other. You could spend grit to throw more dice at it.
Cleve only has 3 grit right now.
I only have
Okay, so
3
you have 0 grit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys don't have to. We can. The trip is you can have.
I think we have.
Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up like crazy.
Why?
I don't know.
I hate that.
It's hard to tell if it's a network thing or if it's a like noise gate thing.
It seems more likely it's a network thing because the video is a little has been occasionally chopping in and out.
So Cleve's not doing anything. Cleve is just playing some music in the bus and mostly just like chilling. Everyone can chill. Franny, you got a couple books to read, some young adult novels that you can finish within the 10 to 11 days of travel.
I think probably I should maybe shoot the shit with maybe my mom, I guess. I think with Paige.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. Anyone else opting to, or is it just Franny picking?
I got a not shoot the shit thing, but it is a small interaction. I would
sure.
It's not even really an interaction. I think I do spot Franny reading books, and then I remember that Eric and the lovely night we had together did give me a small book, and I will pass off to Franny this wonderful little book that I've read all of it now. It's called The Heat of the Twin Moons.
You cannot give that title to your twin.
Hey, that's a fucking callback, baby.
It's very smutty.
Bravi.
That's fine. I'll add it to I don't think I look at it. I'm just like, oh, thank you so much. I was wondering what I was gonna do after I finish these other 2. And then I just like put it on the stack and that will come up later.
Franny will remember this.
Franny will remember this. It felt like that's what it was with the Nomad pack. It was like, well, did you fail at this point? Did you fail at that point? This is the bad ending. Anyway, it was great.
I love that this book is sitting on top of a stack of what is the
like a bunch of,
you know what I mean?
A bunch of like children's books and shit like that. Yeah.
I had no concept of that. I didn't even read the back.
And Paige, were you wanting to shoot the shit with anyone, or are you just focusing on driving and cruising?
Just driving.
Cool. All right, Franny, roll that shoot the shit with Paige.
Hi. That. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That is 6 hits.
Okay, Paige and Franny will bond over something. So there's a point where like Cleve like gets, and I'm not gonna have you roll a fuel test, Cleve, because it's just narrative at this point. But Cleve gets like the jetpack and like goes out and like maybe to like find a moment to talk to Max, and then like decides, no wait, it's not the right time, and then like is like, actually I'm gonna do some scouting, and like goes and like scouts ahead. and Max is just cruising alongside, so it's just Paige and Franny in the bus, and it's like an open straightaway for a few dozen miles, so like Paige is basically just cruising with the music kind of playing like at like a reasonable volume. And yeah, Franny, you and Paige bond over something.
Cool. So I think that like I come up to the front of the bus and sort of like sit like in that, there's like that front wheel well, like where the stairs come up before the like lever thing.
there's a little like fold down seat up there that Cleve uses sometimes.
Yeah, I like to think that it's like rear facing because because you're a teacher, so like you could like drive off face anyway. So so I like sitting that, and I'm like, hey, Mama, how's it going?
Oh, going pretty good. We're making good time. The terrain looks pretty good, so glad we got around the bone saws.
Yeah, I think that was. I think that worked out kind of nice. Yeah.
Yeah, sure did. How was your time with the Wave Rovers?
Oh, it was fine. It's just a bunch of helping out where I could up in that tower thing. So, lots of everybody needs a little plus, a little push.
Well, I'm sure they were so happy to have you.
Yeah, made some real nice single serving friends. I did a little bit want to talk to you, and I don't want you to get. I know this is like a touchy subject, but I did want to talk to you a little bit, and like you can get mad or like whatever, but if you want, because your feelings are valid. But like I guess I think that like I've been doing a lot of like helping bridge the gap between like you and Max and Daddy and Max and you and Daddy and kind of all that stuff, and I don't mind that. But I was thinking that like I was thinking that like you guys could maybe all like start working towards like a middle ground, like meeting in the middle. Like Max is, probably never going to come all the way over to that nomad side, right? But they're here, and they, and then like we're a little tiny pack, but we're not really like nomads at the moment in the like strictest sense of the definition. So I feel like there's like it's a moment where like we could,
yeah, a moment where our families sort of back together,
right? And we're all physically back together, and I just thought maybe we could work on being emotionally back together, or like behaviorally, or like sociologically, or like like meeting on the same, we're like at the same vibration.
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
You don't have to agree. This is kind of like I know I came at it with like a you should do it or else you're like weird or something, but like that's not what I meant. I just like I pretty much I forgot the level of strenuousness this sustained sort of state is, and I would love it if it was less in this state.
Sure. Well, I mean, you don't need anything from me, do you, Fran? Like you and me, you're good. No, I know I can count on you.
Yeah. No.
I mean, you got a good heart and you got to get ahead. So whatever you do, I know I can trust you and I can count on you.
That is me.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know. I just I keep getting, surprised by your sibling there. I you
guess,
know,
Mama, the thing is, this is like real hard. Real hard and real awkward, and I'm feeling real weird about it. But like,
sure.
you're surprised. And I think it's been 10 years. And I think that if you're so smart,
Of course. Well,
Mama.
thank you, dear. I appreciate. I do what I can.
And I think, and like it doesn't happen overnight or nothing. But I think that if you'd not, I think that if you could take the perspective of not who you imagine Max to be or could be, and take Max more at face value, you'll be a lot less surprised. Because Max is not like obfuscating. They're literally saying anything that goes into their brain. And like they think it, and then there's no filter.
Yeah, no, that part of your sibling, I'm quite familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. No, I mean, I hear you, Fran. I've never been able to figure out Max. I've never asked from them more than what I'd be willing to provide or what anyone would.
Right, but like the thing is, and I'm so sorry for cutting you off, Mama. I know that you would raise me better, but
I sure did, but keep going.
But that assumption of what anybody would be willing to give, right? The you give more than anybody.
Oh,
right?
I don't know.
And so like the assumption that like this is a sacrifice someone else would totally be willing to make, maybe that ain't the case. Max is not necessarily the stakes are low, I'm going to sacrifice. The stakes are high, I'm going all in. Right?
Sure.
And mostly I wouldn't bring it up because it's usually like fire nights and we are just like hanging out and it's like over in a couple of days, but this is like potentially the whole rest of our lives, and we got some big stuff I think maybe on the horizon. I hope not. And
oh no, I mean, it's why we're here, dear.
Right. Yeah, nope. And so anyway, you just sort of you're so impervious, to the way that like you see the best all the time, and sometimes the best is what you imagine it to be and not how things are. And Daddy's always feeling so guilty and so sad, and Max is always feeling so agitated and panicked, and I'm fine.
Sure.
But like
you're always fine, dear. That's you're so good about that.
No, I'm so good. That like maybe I want everybody else to just be fine too. And so like if you could think about make an effort now that you've got this sort of like new information, because like experiment with it, right? And be like, oh, well,
sure.
How do I imagine Max would realistically feel about this? Not the way that I hope Max would feel about it.
Sure. I should sort of expect less from Max.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, I mean, Mama, I'm gonna be honest. Max will always be there when you need them, and maybe never any other time.
I'll have to trust you on that one, Fran.
Right, but like,
I'd love to believe that about your sibling, but and maybe I'll reserve. I'll try to new future, new us. Give them a fair shake and see them as they are, and not who I raised them and thought they could be, I will try to let go of some of the things that are between us. And then
it's both, right? Like, it's not just like Maxie can also make gestures, but like Maxie could have gotten on their bike and just driven away after we got to the future. They have a year of dates to go on that they could just bop around.
Sure.
And so like they could have just left, but they stayed, and it ain't just for me.
Sure. I mean, we got a job to do in the future we are brought in to do.
That is not a guarantee of Max sticking around. Max only sticks around when they care. They care about more than just me. And I think if you would be willing to believe that love and care take different forms, like Iris always said, then maybe you would be able to make a connection. Because y'all haven't even really talked except for to yell at each other. And I think you can do better.
Sure, hon. I mean, you know me. I don't yell.
No. I just like a little bit louder on the volume so you can be heard.
Right.
I got you. Yeah.
No, they're loud, and so I got to be loud, but I don't yell.
No. It was a colloquialism.
Sure. I don't know. I can try to.
That's all we can do is try, though, right, Mama?
Sure. I've spent so long wishing for who they were that sometimes it's hard to see who they are.
You might find out that who they are is kind of great.
I would love that, Fran.
Okay. Did I make you sad, Mama?
No, hon, you could never make me sad. I'm so proud of you.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for listening, Mama. And also, Daddy's feeling really guilty about the nomad thing with Max. And I think he's like trying to, I don't know, share nature or something to make himself feel better, like he does, like find a rock.
Yeah, no, I know when a scouting trip's more just yelling or crying in nature. I seen your father.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could like avoid as many of those as happened in the past 5 days.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll
if you could like share that
best.
burden with me, I'd be forever grateful.
I'm happy to help you however I can and to make this bus a home.
That's all I want. I
Me
love you,
too.
Mama.
I love you too. Oh, and by the way, the third in that series, I think I saw it over by the multiplication tables. Things get really fiery around chapter 6. Oh, just a preview. I wouldn't spoil. Oh, I wouldn't dare spoil. Did I say 6? I meant I meant 8. So don't even be expecting anything steamy till chapter 8. Nothing before then. So that's fine.
Mama.
You'll enjoy it. I think you'll like it. I think you'll have fun.
Okay. I have to find out.
And after about 11 days of journey, you've seen sign after sign pointing you in the direction of New Fenton. Finally, it parts over the horizon.
I think actually at the first sign, if Papa's like flying over to scout, not to shoot the shit, I will be like, I told you there'd be a sign.
And you see the small settlement of New Fenton. First thing you spot is the LRC tower cutting up over the hill, and then as you start to get a little bit of elevation, you're able to see a town that's a little bit bigger than what Fenton was. Not by a large stretch, but like a little bit. It's not just like one crisscross of roads with like, you know, a handful of buildings. You have a little bit more there. It seems like a slightly larger population lives here. Doesn't seem to have any like large industry. It doesn't look like there's like it's built around a mine or anything like that. Seems like just like a small settlement in a relatively like non-desolate part of this part of the Badlands. There's like a little creek that runs like north of town, like that kind of thing. And you're able to roll in nice and easy, and you spot some of the establishments immediately. If you can spot the stables as you're rolling into town, so you're able to enter from that part of town if you want, or to kind of like enter from the other part and roll through. And you see the Galloping Gumbaroo Saloon. And you see the New Fenton Bed and Barber. And then you also see one thing that catches your eye, Franny, is there's the Desert Bloom Garden and General Store, and the sign work on there has a little iris painted into it. It's very faded and like worn at this point, but the sign is still there, and you can kind of see the artwork there. And something that catches your eye, Cleve, as you kind of get near the stables, is neighboring the stables there is Lacey Metalworks. Larger shop than Patty had, for sure. Patty just had like a small little forge. This is a slightly bigger shop, more of a like a proper like blacksmith metalworks like tinkery type shop.
Yeah, Cleve is proud to see that.
And you roll on up to the stables.
I will park my bike on the bus. So I look at that fuel gauge and it's sort of ticking down.
Yeah, how'd you do on your fuel test?
Bad. I did bad.
Oh no, the bike is out of gas.
Hey, not yet.
Not yet.
Gotta drive somewhere for the next 15 minutes or so. I'm good.
You're able to pull up to the stables, and like a teenager like looks up and goes, "Howdy, welcome to town. How long you staying for?"
I think we're waiting for the Riveteers to come through.
Oh sure, yeah. We're on their route.
Do you know when they're expected next thereabouts?
Well, probably soon. Probably. I mean, you could check with the sheriff or the LRC operator.
Sure. Well, we're gonna see how long we're here for, and then we'll circle back to the stables with our to check in our bus, if that's okay with you.
Sounds good.
Town greeter. What's your name?
Tim.
Tim. Well, very nice to meet you, Tim. I'm Franny.
Franny. Well, pleasure. If you're looking to stable up, which I expect you might, because there's it ain't too often, but folks who park outside of town usually have to deal with the wildlife around here. A couple metalvores around, so
Sure. Yeah. Well, we're just we want to check in for the full duration. That's all. So we'll be right back. You know, a couple like hour tops.
All right, fairest prices in town, he says like with a chuckle.
It. All right. Thank you very much, Tim.
Have a good one. Yep, you guys are in New Fenton. Small little town, couple parallel roads connected by a few side roads with a couple offshoots here and there. Most of it seems residential, but this main strip you're on seems to be most of the commerce.
Yeah, I'll go to the saloon.
Sure. Max,
twist my arm. Why don't you?
Did somebody say saloon? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Max attaches their motorcycle to the bus and saunters over to the saloon.
Hey, are there like any like fridge magnets or something like around here in the bus?
Oh, in the bus.
Yeah.
Oh, in the bus?
In the
Sure.
bus.
It's
Yeah.
magnets for sure.
Yeah, if there's
Like
a
a-
fridge, there's magnets on it.
Cool. It's like one of the flatter ones, not a big like letter A or whatever, or like C. But like a flatter one, maybe like it's probably like a schoolhouse or something like dumb and kid like or whatever.
It's a magnet of an apple.
It's a magnet of an apple. That's perfect. I do take it and stick it over the sheriff badge. Oh.
You're undercover.
Well, that last one probably like reached out, as far as I know, to New Fenton to tell him that somebody who's parading around is like a fake sheriff.
No,
So
it's great and it's wonderful. But I love the idea of a sheriff who this is their idea of undercover.
You're under arrest. The crime? Ignorance.
Sure. So Max is heading to the saloon. What about everyone else?
I guess I'm probably going to the sheriff's office.
Okay. Yeah. One of the like nearby some of the residences, there's one that says like sheriff stamped on it.
Sure.
So you're able to hop off the bus and head that way. It is across and down the way from the saloon.
Okay. Yeah, I go that way.
Paige waits like 10 or so minutes until she thinks Max is probably set up in the bar in the saloon doing whatever they're doing, and then she follows to try to join, or like if Max is playing a game, like learn the game, or like sit down at the bar next to Max, just like figure out what Max is doing, do that too.
Sure. What about you, Cleve?
We haven't checked in with anybody yet, so Cleve should probably go to LRC Tower to figure out where the pack is and to get the bus parked, and then he's definitely going to the blacksmithery.
Sure. So we'll start with Cleve. Easiest thing is go and there's an LRC operator. Looks up. Kind of he's like a shaved head guy with it looks like little patterns of like strange patterns like kind of like put onto his head, and what might look like tattoos at first, but you can see is actually like ash that has been drawn onto his head. And he looks to you and goes, "Howdy. You need a private terminal or you need my services?"
Well, I was just coming in and wonder, Cleve Kumilican, by the way, Mr. Cleve Kumilican, just was trying to check in with you and see when the Nomad Pack's coming through.
Yeah, well, okay. Riveteers is the only Nomad Pack that serves this town. We're on the edge of their route, so they pretty much go from us to Soldina and back. Well, you just missed them, actually. They passed through town. I'm gonna take a look here. They passed through town here a couple days ago, so you're just a little behind them on the trail. They're gonna be back in town probably. They make pretty good time. Even though Soldina's pretty far away, they make pretty good time. So probably they'd be back in a week if you hang around that long.
Oh, Soldina's on the far end of their route. So if we travel to Soldina, we'll catch them a little earlier, or the other way around.
Well, you'll have a hell of a time trying to keep up with them. That's for damn sure.
Oh, I'm not trying to catch them. I'm just trying to see if I should go to Soldina or if it's quicker for me to stay here.
Well, if you head towards Soldina, you'll catch them on the way back. That's for damn sure, one way or another. I don't know. I mean, they ride like bats out of hell. Well,
I mean, they're nomads. I know how they ride.
Yeah, I mean, I know nomads, but yeah, this is the Riveteers' claim to fame is kind of how fast they're able to run their route. Small, humble enough route as it is. Let me see here. I'll get you an actual date here. He's like typing
Yeah,
in
and
the
if
terminal.
you could give me a printout of their route, I'd be much appreciated as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Types in a few things, takes out a printout and sets it down. You see they hit New Fenton and then a few like smaller settlements on the way to Red Post and then a few smaller settlements on the way to Soldina. And then they have like basically a brief stint in Soldina before they head back. So he's right. It's like about like 8 to 9 days is when they're expected back in town, which given the distance is absurd. Like he's like 9 days is like the shortest. I guess it's like 8 to 9 days is the shortest estimate. They haven't like, they basically check in and update their schedule on the way like most nomad packs. But like the current projection is anywhere from like 9 days to like 13 days is like is the thing. And that's absolutely absurd as far as you can tell.
Sorry, I was expecting being from 205 years ago. It's even more ridiculous just knowing the capabilities of that technology. Sorry, I was looking for the river tiers, right? This can't be right. You're saying they're going to be in Soldina in what 9 days, 8 days? That's ridiculous.
They have a pretty efficient route. They do air travel and land travel, so they're able to hit a lot of their routes without the whole pack necessarily having to make the stop. Mostly the whole pack stops here and Soldina. Otherwise, they kind of do a little fan out, go back together type situation from what I tell. And all of their engines are hella tuned up there, and their air vehicles are fast like hell. They've really got the market cornered on this side of the Badlands, really, as far as fast travel goes. There's a few other nomad packs that operate in the area. If you were to head a little further north, you might be able to get to one of their routes, and they'll be a little cheaper, that's for sure. But if you're looking for the speediest travel, the Riveteers is all we got. We have a pretty good deal with them on account of being, a one-pack town. But
well, that's just impressive. Well, okay, so have you met this Roland Hollis or Red
Roland.
Wheel, either of them?
And Red Wheel. Well, hell yeah. Okay, you know the pack. How are you familiar with them? Roland and Red Wheel, yeah. Great people.
I'm trying to meet up with them. We've got this whole plan to save Manifest and all of that. Yeah, I won't bog you down with the details, but they might be able to help us out, and I'm just trying to get a feel for them. Are they trying? Are they? I don't know what the word is for like. Yeah, no. Are they nomads through and through, or have they always been nomads? What's their deal?
I don't know their whole goddamn history, but well, I mean, way I know it, the Riveteers, Red Wheel's been with them for the most part. There's some, I don't know. As far as I know, Red Wheel is nomad born through. But Hollis is a more well-traveled individual. He's, as far as if half the stories he tells are true, he's been just about everywhere. He's a real kind fella. Smart as a whip too. Hey, he's helped me fix up this tower once or twice.
Are they honest folks? I guess is really what I'm getting at.
It depends on who you are. If you got a plan to save the world, it sounds like you might be an honest folk, and if you're an honest folk, then they are too, if it suits them. Ain't that the way of people, though?
So you're saying if I don't try and mess with them or lie to them, they'll be honest with me.
Yeah. For the most part, I think maybe Hollis had a little bit of a checkered past, but I think he's more or less a straight shooter now. He's never done wrong by this town.
All right, good to know. I do appreciate that, my friend.
I think he's related to the mayor to buy a station, too. I think it's his kid or something. So, politics and whatnot. How much can you trust him?
I'm with you there. Politicians, especially amongst the primes, am I right? Well, I mean, sorry, no, just yeah, that's no, you're right. You're right.
All right, you all hear it now, though, right?
Red Wheel, on the other hand, I don't think Red Wheel has any need to lie. Red Wheel kind of knows how to say what she wants, and you get in her way. Good luck to you.
I like her already. Cheers. I appreciate the information. I guess we'll move on to Soldina as quick as possible.
Well, quite a ways away. You can see like on the coordinates. Soldina's like 7,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's not so far. Well, also one last question: who's running the blacksmithery these days?
Oh, that would be Iffy. That'd be Iffy.
Iffy.
Yeah.
Iffy.
Iffy. What?
Last name.
Ms. Lisi.
Iffy Lisi. I don't believe it. I might have some business with Iffy, so I'll catch up with her later.
Yeah, she's kind. She runs the prices up a little bit on the outsiders, but she does good work.
Like somebody else I know.
All right.
Well, cheers. Hey, I appreciate you so much. I might drop by to send a message with you before we leave out. So watch out for me.
I'll be here.
Yeah, and Cleve is gonna head over to the blacksmith's shop after that.
Sure. Max, you walk into the Galloping Gumbaroo Saloon. And you see why it's called that. They have like a big oval shaped like framed piece of metal that has been embossed with like a like leaping Gumbaroo like motif behind the bar above a wide like mirror that you can see yourself in as you walk in. It looks like they have some rooms here. They do have they have a card table that no one's playing at the moment. And they also have like right now a little like automatic like piano like plucking out like a little tune. And there's just a few people like hanging out here playing drinks. You also see some people throwing some darts. And off to the side, you do see a little a spot where there's a lineup of cactus or cacti, with a little like chalkboard, and like you are well traveled enough.
Shit. They got cactus racing?
They got cactus racing in this town.
Well, dip. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if nobody's playing cards, the only way I'm any good at darts is if I cheat. And, I don't love to cheat. I'm not in the mood to cheat. So I'll just go to the bar, put a spar down. What's the, whatever the best. Okay, listen, I know that this sucks. All right, what I'm about to say, I'm going to say the best drink and you're going to point me the easiest fucking thing. I get it. But, like, whatever the drink is that you like the most, I'm into.
All right, you want my favorite or the most pricey?
I want your favorite.
All right. You see him start muddling some like some fruits in a glass.
Oh fuck yeah. Muddle that shit.
And you're able to like start having a drink, and then Paige walks in. And Max, you may have seen this, but maybe not like super taking note of it because it's not really something that would necessarily catch your eye, I think. But Paige, as you kind of soak in this saloon, you see off to the side, there is like a photograph, like a relatively like not like a giant photograph, but like a photograph kind of framed up with a couple other like photographs like also framed up of like either portraits of individuals, and then there's also like some paintings of like landscapes and individuals, but they're all kind of framed around this one photograph. And as you walk by it, you glance at it, and you see the founding of New Fenton is stamped on it, and then a ton of names are listed underneath it as well, on the like brass plaque. And it looks like a lineup of a bunch of the town founders, or maybe the entire population of the original town, in front of the newly erected LRC tower.
Is it like a bunch of people I recognize?
Yeah, you stop for a second and you look at it, and you do recognize a decent amount of people. You see almost everyone who left town when with the words
Flywheelers.
With the flywheelers. You see almost everyone who left town with the flywheelers. You see a handful of like flywheelers that were like more involved in like the personal thing, but it's like Birdie's not there. There's no elders. It does look like this is like, you see a good example is you see Katie, Franny's assistant at the general store. She's actually like front and center. She's like right in the middle of everything. She has like the premier spot in the front, and she looks somewhere like 10 to 15 years older. So it looks like probably New Fenton was a camp for a while before it got actually written in to be a settlement in Markham's Landing. And then the LRC tower was erected, and this seems to be commemorating that. It actually has a year stamped on it, which is I can do math.
I don't know. Can you hear?
236. The year 236 is when New Fenton was ratified into being a settlement of the Markham's Landing territory.
Amazing.
And you see Cleopatra. You see Katie, you see all of like the people who were like original like proprietors of businesses in New Fenton, and a couple of the locals. And then one person does super catch your eye. It's someone you've only met a few times. But you oh no. Why don't I have the name in my notes? I have to go look now. I have to go look. You see someone you haven't seen in quite some time, and you only met a few times. And that person's name is
Good name.
Strong name.
People have
Ingrid.
said the
Ingrid Kumilican. This is Cleve's one of Cleve's two siblings. It's his sister. Cleve has two siblings, Glover and Ingrid, who are twins. And Ingrid is there.
It's gotta be Glover, right?
Glover.
It might be Glover. Yeah.
Glover, sorry. I read Grover and then corrected the R into an L, but did not correct my pronunciation.
I was hoping it was Grover.
Yeah. Glover Kumilican and Ingrid Kumilican, and Ingrid is there at the town's founding.
Oh my god! Oh well, they gotta. And she like gets excited about it for a second. And it's like, oh wow, Cleve's got to see this. Oh, Franny's got to see this, and then she like sort of like calms herself down. She's like, "That's not what you're in here for." And she sees Max at the bar, maybe just. It sits down maybe just as this whatever muddled drink concoction is getting served.
Yeah. It looks like you can spot like the fruits and stuff are extremely fresh, especially like interesting for this part of the Badlands. But also I think all of you probably spotted the Desert Bloom Garden and General Store had like a little greenhouse attachment in the back of it.
Amazing. Wow. Well, what is that, Max?
Hey, I don't know. What's this called?
Muddled whiskey.
This is called muddled whiskey, and I drink it. Is that good?
Yeah, it's like you're drinking an old fashioned. Is what you're drinking.
Old-fashioned.
Listen, for the viewers at home, you gotta understand. Dan doesn't drink and hasn't for a very long time.
Yeah. No, it's like they put a nice whiskey in there, and then it has like all of those fruit juices and fruit tones, kind of like raising the like flavor profile up like a bunch. And so it's like a very, very nice whiskey that's also like made very, very sweet.
Hey, this is good. You should honestly, you come up with like a cool name for this, people will buy in droves.
Okay. What would you
Bartender
call it?
That you just made an in-world equivalent of the Wisconsin Old Fashioned.
Shit, you put me on the spot.
Ain't easy, right? Can I get you anything?
Oh, sure. I'll have one of those. Is that a favorite of yours, Max?
Nah, it's his favorite.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'd love to have your favorite.
Mixes it up and serves it to you.
Appreciate you. She takes a sip. Okay, all right. Do you have a lot of people's favorite drinks, or?
I mean, like people usually, if you ask them what their favorite thing is, right? Like they get excited to make it sometimes, and that's better.
Huh. Okay. No, yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
But you got to be careful because it's also like if the saloon's busy, it's a shitty thing to do. They're gonna just give you like whiskey.
Oh, sure. Yeah, my favorite is whatever I got to get out right now because I got 3 more. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay. What's your favorite drink?
I don't know. They're all pretty good. I don't like to, like. Honestly, there was this thing in. Oh God, where was it? There was this thing in Ion Harbor, and it was like frozen right up until the moment you drank it, and then it was not frozen, and I don't understand how it works, but it was wild.
Huh. Okay. All right. So it's like an ice cube, and then it's just very cold, or?
I mean, it was like an ice crystal, and then you put it in your mouth, and then you are drinking.
Wow. God, what was Ion Harbor like?
Tall, very tall. Hey, I gotta say, like knowing my way around a jetpack was extremely helpful. Making my way around Ion Harbor.
Oh, sure. Oh, I bet your father'd have a field day.
Oh, they don't. You can't. You don't want to do that. They don't like it when you just sort of flying around up too high because the riches.
Oh, I don't. Are the riches high?
Yeah, no, Iron Harbor. It's mostly like the higher up you are, the wealthier you are. Like the rich people live up top and the poor people live at the bottom. It's honestly it ain't great at the bottom, but sort of like the middle areas, pretty nice and moderately affordable if you know what you're doing.
Huh. Okay. All right. Huh. That's a shame for those poor people.
Yeah,
Do they
no,
ever
it's
get
not.
to like visit up there, or no? Probably not.
I mean, if you get a job, but like not really.
Sure. Huh. That's a shame. It sounds like a heck of a drink, though.
Yeah, it's nuts. Nobody else. I ain't ever found another place that even knew what I was talking about when I tried to describe it. It
Yeah.
didn't help that I was very drunk when I had it, so I don't remember all the
Oh,
details.
sure. I was about to ask what it was called, but yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a problem with a good drink. Toughest to remember.
Yeah, no, if they're doing it right, like the name don't matter.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Hey, Ma,
Uh-huh.
what's happening?
I don't know. Your sister talked to me, and
Oh shit, she opened up about how the hard of a time she's having.
yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, she's fine, but she could be better, I think, is sort of what I picked up. I I don't know. I just, I got no idea what you do, Max. Or what you like, or what your Up to?
You don't ask.
Sure. Yeah, no, yeah.
Like, this is the longest we talked about stuff I'm interested in literal my whole life.
Oh, well,
And
that
all you did was ask me a question.
sure, yeah. I mean, no, you're when you're right, when you're right, you're right. Um, yeah. I So what else do you do in a place like this? Why is that a chalkboard?
Oh, that's cactus racing. It's honestly the best sport on Manifest.
Cactus. Okay. All right. Do they sort of like make up little cars and they put the cactus on them and then they sort of do laps around the saloon?
Ma, don't be ridiculous. Whichever cactus grows the fastest wins.
Oh, well, that feels like it'd be like a long time.
Yeah. You gotta get invested.
Huh.
Honestly,
Okay.
I'm surprised. It would be a great thing for like nomads to get into, right? Because you're gonna leave and come back and leave and come back. Like I got
Sure.
places that I've been to like 3 times in my life. So sort of drive around and like I didn't quite get to catch the end of those races, but it's always nice to see the new crop.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean that makes sense. You could get back and you could chicken it. All right. Okay. And she pulls out her little change purse and opens it. And it's not very full. But she pulls out 2 spurs. And she puts them on the counter and she says, "All right, well, Maxie, which are we putting money on?"
Oh, what are the names of these cactuses, Tommy?
Okay, so there's three cacti. And one of them is one of them is called Y4, like spelled out like WHYFOR.
Yeah, Y4 after Romeo.
There's Y4, and then there's another one. I'm trying to not reuse the ones from the last time I had to come up with cactus names because like that's where my brain goes first.
There's a world of cactus names out there. Tommy, just reach out and grab one.
So there's Y4. There's grower and shower, and
God damn it.
And then there's this one's the one.
All right, Ma. So here's the thing that a lot of people won't tell you about gambling. All right. There's some games out there like poker where it's a game of skill and a little bit of chance and all right. But here's the thing. The best gambling there is, you got no idea and no way to influence.
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Pick one.
All right. And I think Max goes up with the Spurs to where you're supposed to like bet.
Mm-hmm.
Closes their eyes and just like spins around and then drops the Spurs in one of them.
Okay. You land on grower and shower.
That was the only.
So you slam it down right in the middle, and the bartender goes, 2 spurs on grower and shower.
Yeah, seems like.
I spend 4 grit to flashback.
Oh, okay.
As soon as Max walked over towards the cacti, Paige turns to the bartender and whispers, I got 2 spurs. They pick grower and shower.
I think the barkeep goes
When they spin around, they have to be convinced that it's not like set up or rigged or whatever.
Sure. Looks at like Max walking over, looks at you and goes, I mean, it's your friend, right?
That's my kid.
Oh, nice. I ain't gonna bet Spurs on who they're gonna bet on, but sure, I'll give you 2 free drink tokens if that's who they're going for.
All right, you're on.
And Max like spins around and the barkeep like looks at you and raises and goes 4 drink tokens. And then Max like slams it down, opens their eyes, and he goes, all right, 2 spurs on grower and shower.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, was there really any other choice?
What name do you want me to put this on? Like, has the chalkboard with people's bets on it?
Hey, Moss, your cash.
Can you put Paige and Max?
Paige and Max. 2 spurs.
There's no I. It's just okay. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, like licks his thumb and wipes off the I on Paige.
And she turns and she raises the drink tokens and says, "And next couple of rounds are on me."
Hey, Ma, what's happening? What is it? Where are we? The future is nuts.
Hey, cheers to that.
You do notice as he writes bets on writes your bet on the list of bets under grower and shower, you do see that there is a bet from Roland Hollis also on grower and shower.
Of course.
Listen, Tommy knows me.
I don't know if I've ever. Well, okay. Dex might not have. I don't know that many Dan characters who wouldn't have picked grower and shower.
Roland Hollis has the first bet on grower and shower. It's a sizable bet.
Oh shit! Hey, isn't that the guy?
Oh, sure is. Okay, well, we know he'll be back around this way.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we're in good company, maybe.
Hey, maybe so. Hey, maybe it's fate.
All right.
All right, Ma.
So, Franny, you are walking your way over to the sheriff's house because it really is more of a house than an office, but it has like the sheriff's thing. It has like the little like bulletin board and everything. So like you understand it as like a house that has an open door policy. As you walk up, the blinds are open. You can see the shape of a portly fellow moving around, like doing some like paperwork or shelving something. And you knock on the door as you open it, and this gentleman turns around. You see he's got the sheriff badge, big, huge beard, like full face beard that like kind of like sticks out a little bit. And he turns to you and goes, "Howdy, Sheriff Backus at your service," and walks over to shake your hand. And like gives you a big firm handshake and says, "Welcome to town. I saw y'all rolling in on that war wagon of you."
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's not necessarily a war wagon, it's just a school bus, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Well, how can I be of service to you and yourn?
We're hoping to meet up with the oh shoot, what are they called? The nomad pack that comes through here, the Riveteers.
Yeah,
there we go. I found it.
Yeah, they passed through town not too long ago. Should be back in a week or so.
Yeah, so we're hoping to meet up with them, and I think probably that means that we're sticking around your town for at least a couple of days. And I thought I'd just come on in and didn't want to be a stranger.
Oh,
so.
appreciate it. Sorry, what'd you say your name was?
I didn't. My name's Franny.
Franny, nice to make your acquaintance. All right, you and your family are welcome in town. You have any issues or any needs, of course, I'm here to help.
Much obliged. If we were staying, I wouldn't balk at a recommendation for the least leaky room in the bed and breakfast.
Well, that's gonna be their purview, more or less. But they have a hell of a barbershop downtown. That's how I maintain this beastly thing here.
It is truly magnificent.
Well, thank you. It's pretty much except for the town. It's the only claim to fame I got.
Oh, that can't be the case. You seem to run at least at first glance, a pretty tight ship.
Oh hell, you're polite and charming. This is a rarity in these parts, to be sure. Well, you and yours are welcome to help yourself to town. You go ahead and tell them in the bed and barber that I said to hook you up with what the best they got, and
I appreciate that.
They'll give you fair prices and all that. Make sure to avail yourself of the Desert Bloom. One of the few wonders in this part. I mean, Piazza Basin mostly grows cacti and thickets and tumbleweeds, but somehow they're able to put something together there that's just truly a wonderful kind of feat. I mean, God, why are all my notes in 3 different places? Ms. Fornell is a hell of a green thumb.
Miss Fornell.
Yeah. She's a family business. She's grew up in town, and well, I mean, I think it was like her great grandma that done started passing on the secrets, found a way to turn the earth around here.
Well, I'll definitely have to go check that out.
Finest oranges you'll find probably in this whole territory.
That's well, then I'll definitely have to go. For sure. My mama is traveling with me, and she's a bit of a history nut. Y'all got like a town historian or like library archive thing like that?
Oh, nothing too much like that, but I mean, I got some records around here. She's welcome to take a poke around through them, or you yourself. I probably wouldn't want them to leave the premises, but stuff from my predecessors and whatnot. As far as like, anything in particular you're looking for? You got history with the town? What was your last name?
Wills.
Wills. Like, I remember Wills being somewhere or something. You got family that used to live around here?
No, we're waste folk through and through.
Oh, well then maybe you do. It's just a little serendipitous. Well, I mean, the founders, they come from the wastes. Group of folk heading out of the wastes through bone saws. They
sounds dangerous.
It's part of the reason why I think that's why the saloon's called the Galloping Gumberoo. You don't see too many Gumberoo around these parts.
It would be a little dry for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Badlands born and raised, but yeah, there might be some family trees somewhere. I'll try to get you some town census and whatnot, so you can kind of take a look around.
I would appreciate that very much, Sheriff. That's above and beyond.
Yeah, you or your mama come on by, and if you give me enough time, I can make some duplicates. Otherwise, you can look at them while you're sitting here. I got that sofa there is one of the comfiest sofas in town.
Well,
Bed and barber be bedamned.
I believe it. Yeah. Well, we're here for a week, and if you've got a bug in your drawers to make those duplicates, you just let us know when they're all done. No rush, and we'll come take a look at them.
All right. Well, Franny Wills, welcome to town.
Thank you, Sheriff Bacchus. You have a pleasant day.
he tips his hat to you, and you're able to head on out. And you step out, you look around, and you kind of soak in the town a little bit. And you see your father heading into Lisi Metalworks. Through one of the open windows in the saloon, you can see Max and Paige sitting at the bar, seeming to be holding a pleasant conversation. And as you kind of survey the town, you just see Tim walking by me. Howdy, missus.
Right. Yeah, no, everything is fine here. Hey, Tim, is there somebody over at the stables right now?
Yep, my pappy's there.
Okay, I will tell him that you sent me right on over.
Sounds good. It's my break. I'm gonna go throw rocks in the creek.
Oh my God, if you wait 5 minutes, I will join you if I'm invited.
Sure, there's lots of rocks.
All right.
I got 3 skips yesterday. I'm gonna go for 4 today.
Oh my gosh, I have to see that. You'll have to teach me. I can only get 2.
Oh, it's okay. I'm a decent teach. I'll go find you a good rock.
Oh, amazing. I'll meet you over there.
He goes running off, excited to go find you a good rock to skip.
Yeah, for sure. So I go and I pay for the bus for the week.
Yeah, that'll be here in New Fenton, it's just a spur.
Great. And then I will go throw rocks with him and dissociate from my reality.
Roll a range test for me. And yeah,
okay.
You notice that like Tim, there's sometimes he'll be like, that was 2, as he like hits the like ground and then it hits the water.
Hey, it counts. It did bounce twice. Okay, ranged. I'm not too shabby at ranged.
And you'll roll this and then we'll end our session.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Are there any of these +1 rocks? Just
No. He didn't find you that good of a rock.
I have 3 successes with a high of 13.
Okay, it is unopposed. Unless you're trying to compete with Tim.
The creek is gonna rise up, and actually, there's 2 snollygosts in there. Roll initiative.
Okay, so you got 3 successes.
I did.
You get 3 skips.
You taught me. You are a genius.
Oh my
Tim.
God, you're a natural.
Oh my God. Well, this is just about the most fun I've had in such a long time.
Wait, let's go up on a hill. We'll have a better angle. Come on.
It sounds like such a good idea. Let's go.
Yeah. And that's where we'll end tonight's session. The Kumilican family in New Fenton.
Hanging out.
Before we get to the Q&A, I have to jump in and say what an incredible reference to me and Tommy's friendship it is that the Nomad Pack that my former character leads is fast as fucking shit, because constantly I'm asking Tommy, why does it take so long to get anywhere?
All those engines are overtuned very high.
Yeah. 7,000 miles in 9 days? Easy.
God. All right. So, we are moving on to the Q&A section of the stream, which is we answer any questions you have about the game, about the stream, about the characters, about the RPG, about us, the players, whatever. Toss in your questions into the stream chat. We will answer them, and we start these Q&A sessions with questions from the supporter exclusive Discord. So, let's take a look-see here. Argitlam.
It's a good one this week.
Argitlam has a good old Let's Build, where Argitlam asks us to build different characters from different fiction in Manifest, and the question is, let's build the remaining family members of the Addams family. We built Gomez a while ago. So now we're going to build Morticia, Wednesday, Pugsley, and Uncle Fester. A common thread between every single member of the family is they're virtually impossible to harm. Morticia is nearly unflappable, often seen tending to plants in some fashion, absolutely terrifying, keeps all manner of terrifying pets, such as a lion named Kitty Cat, some alligators, some vultures, and some piranhas. So we'll start with Morticia.
I think there is some argument to be made that the Addams family as a whole has the history outcast.
Yeah.
Like they're if within their own family, right? Like they're probably occultists, right?
Yeah.
But like within the bounds of society and also
They're
mechanically it gives them hardiness, they are outcasts.
Yeah.
Sure. I think, yeah, because like they're always like drinking poison and stuff. They just like don't die. Morticia definitely has moxie and metal though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure. Moxie and metal make a lot of sense for all of her like social things, and then also just the like tending to plants and having a bunch of weird fucking animals. That's very much a metal thing. You can have all sorts of, even if you don't have a full animal companion, you have all sorts of abilities to interact with animals. I think the hardiness, the outcast history makes sense for the entire family because the whole thing is like them interacting with outside
None of the
people.
town likes them.
Exactly. They're fucking, they do not fit in. And also their whole thing is like, if you are an outcast, they're like, you're part of the family now. Let's go. So yeah. And the metal tree, actually, the Morticia being unflappable, the metal tree is great because you can get all the like discipline talents also out of there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, all the things that would make you. I just imagine an illuminated. I imagine like Owen Lemaire going up to like Morticia and trying to do like an illuminated power at her, and then her just being like, "Oh, lovely."
Yeah.
Maybe like Outcast's Wrangler for the animal stuff.
Sure.
And then you could just take Moxie as her aptitude tree.
I do believe her and Gomez torture each other for fun. So discipline and hardiness is in there.
Yeah.
And the Moxie tree feels like it fits there too, but I'm not going to go into it.
Wednesday Addams is an extremely good shot with the crossbow, a competent fencer, also incites a revolt against camp counselors without anyone realizing that she's been planning anything.
That's an outcast grifter.
Yeah.
Wednesday Addams is an outcast grifter.
You
cannot convince me otherwise.
I can't be mad at that.
She's an outcast grifter. I actually think the her third tree is know-how. And here's why. She's always creating contraptions to kill Pugsley. And also she knows she knew all the facts. She's like very political, you know? I think that,
oh yeah. And when they're doing the presentation at school where they're cutting each other with swords, she knows exactly where to cut and be cut that the most blood will come out. The 90s Addams families are so good. There is also a much maligned third one starring Tim Curry as Gomez Addams. And I've said that sentence to you, and now I must say this sentence to you. Do not watch it.
Oh no.
A nightmare, and not the good kind of like Addams Family nightmare. It's
I've seen like the cover for that and seen the Wikipedia page for that one so many times. I'm like, nah.
I've been there, and I've seen it. It's no good. It's a real shame.
Yeah, I think she can take know-how real easy because one of the like really nice things about Surehands as a tree is that because it has to be sort of so much to so many different kinds of ranged fighters, unless you want to do truly spectacular stuff with firearms or projectiles, it's a tree you can get by without pretty easily and just have good finesse and ranged.
Yeah. Next up is Pugsley. Gadgeteer, works wonders with explosives, also a competent fencer. So Pugsley also maybe has know-how if Pugsley's making bombs.
Pugsley's got like double hardiness.
Yeah.
Most of Pugsley's talent points are in hardiness.
It feels like the thing is that I want his path to also be wild one.
Yes.
He's an outcast wild one. Double history, no path.
No path,
Yeah.
double history. Yeah.
Like outcast tinkerer maybe, but I think that's Fester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Fester's a mad scientist.
Maybe they're both outcast tinkerers.
Yeah. Pugsley does take after Fester a little bit.
Fester also
They
has.
spend a lot of time,
I think Fester has know-how. Definitely for like the tinkering stuff, but also because like he is well read and like occasionally will pull off something that there's no way he should be able to.
Maybe Fester is an outcast teacher and Pugsley is an outcast tinkerer.
Ooh,
Yes.
I think
Pugsley
that-
love
is
that.
star pupil.
Yes, I love that. I love
That's
that.
beautiful.
Yeah, because Fester speaks 12 different languages, mad scientist, solves many problems with a blunderbuss, can eat just about anything. Good old
Every
Iron
teacher
Gut.
gets a shotgun.
Every teacher gets a shotgun. Yeah, there it is. Definitely.
One of them gets a bomb.
Wonderful. Okay. So that's how we would build those members of the Addams family. We do have a question from Tenetic in the stream chat, which says, what is the most upper Midwestern part of Manifest? Like geographically or?
No. He's asking about the accents and mannerisms and styles of the Kumilican elders and where they came from on Manifest to make that real.
Wherever you want, baby.
I actually will say that like about half of the like lower population density wastes is like sort of like bayou folk, right? Like people who live in like sort of like I always think of the swamp benders in Avatar, The Last Airbender. And then like the other half is like people who endure really harsh weather and natural events that band together, that have moved there like on purpose to not be with the greater society, which is the origin story of much of the like Swedish like communities in like Minnesota and Wisconsin. So I think it's actually we actually did it right with somewhere in the waste.
We
I
also
think
have
Oh, go ahead.
we also have canonical Irish accents from both Ion Harbor and Markham's Landing, which sort of like are the either edge of the waste, which I say mostly to justify the times when I slip into Irish.
I think there's not very many settlements, certainly not near the Frostfire Forest. But I think just thematically, based on what Addie said, and also because Minnesota does become a frozen hellscape in winter times, probably also you'll find that accent up there.
Yeah, that I think is either like Midwest. It's like a Midwest / Canadian sort of like or like deep Russian.
I
Is
actually-
what you find up there.
I
I've
don't
done
think
deep
this is
Russian from
accurate.
the Frostfire.
I don't think this is accurate, but I do love the idea of like you roll into a Frostfire town and it's like all this like hearty, warm stuff, and everyone sounds like they're the Sausage King of Chicago.
Oh, hey there, Bob. What are you doing this far north?
Oh, love it. All right. 10 says, I am Minnesotan. Can confirm. Okay.
Been in Minnesota in winter. I know what happens.
So any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so I think that's it. I don't have any other in the Discord. I don't have any. Oh, wait, we got one. 10 says, if your current character were to meet a character you played in the past, any RPG, who would you want them to meet? Who would you, what's your perfect crossover of previously played characters with your current characters?
I got it. I mean, mine is Bumbles.
It's because you want all of your characters to be Bumbles.
Sometimes, but hear me out. I think Bumbles and Max have, like, obviously very different mannerisms, but have this sort of through line of, like, yes, whatever we're doing, this is fine. It's fucking dangerous, this is fine. It's scary, this is fine. Like, we have to do something normal and boring? Oh, no.
I can see them being a pretty dynamic duo because they have that like cornerstone, but then they go in completely different directions with it.
Also, mechanically, they support each other extremely well.
Right?
Max can be in front of Bumbles.
That's huge. It's really important. It's one of the reasons
really
why Bumbles and Boomer were such good friends.
Yes. People in front of him was the key to Bumbles surviving.
Bumbles, for anyone who doesn't know, is Dan's character from seasons 2 and 5 of the Essential NPCs podcast. He was an elf. He was basically a tinkerer. He was a rigger. He was a vehicle man, a wheel man. Honestly, Bumbles and Roland from campaign 1 of this have a decent amount of similarities, except for Bumbles was a lot more mad than Roland was. Roland was like had like
Bumbles was looking for anything to do to like take his mind off of being bored, and Roland was very much, we will die if I'm not on point. This conversation could kill us.
Whereas Bumbles was like, I wonder if I can make that into a bomb.
Honestly, Bumbles has a lot of great moments. If you want to really know who Bumbles is, go listen to Bumbles' bonus episode from the first Shadowrun season, because it's maybe the wildest session of an RPG I've ever played.
It did get out of hand immediately. Yeah. All right. Cool. So that's Dan's answer. Anyone else?
I only play the one character. So
you say you only played the one character?
They're all the same archetype. And they're all the same.
That is just not fucking true. That is just not fucking true, and I 100% disagree with that. Knowing the characters that you played, I think you need to come up with a real answer because that's just not true.
You've offended Seth.
I'm so mad. All of your characters have such cool.
You have 5 minutes to come up with a better answer. Seth and Ronan, what are your answers?
Right now, your paper has been handed back to you, and it says, I'm disappointed. Try again.
I can make this case in a separate essay at the end of the semester, and then it won't matter by then because my GPA will basically be set. Continue.
Seth and Roman.
The problem is I too only play one character, but it's not this character. It's a dumb. And so I don't really want to inflict any of my dumbs on Paige. Like her and Gus would not have that good of a time. Her and Badlands Pete, Badlands Pete's just not interested. He's got his own sense of intelligence. Like Kashmir needed something, but Paige isn't it.
I have one for which no one has any point of reference, but I think is true.
I might be thinking of the same one, but what's your pick?
I mean, it's Captain Quill Slickfur, the greatest land pirate there ever was.
Captain Quill Slickfur, I think could certainly be, but he learned a lot on his own. He certainly Captain Quill Slickfur was the son of a pirate captain who was supposed to be a pirate captain, but he was seasick and nauseous at the sight of blood. So he didn't work out, and he became a land pirate instead. It was a whole thing. It was a really good campaign. I think the one who, I'm so sorry. This is also, nobody has reference for this, but my character who needs to meet Paige and get some help is a character named Offbeat. I played in a Shadowrun campaign that most of this call was on. He was a ska-based rigger. And he drove, and he had robots, and they were so much fun. And he loved ska music because I love ska music.
He did need a mom.
Yes.
He needed a mom.
He needed a mom. He really could have used someone with the ability to repair his drones without it costing so much money.
Yes, 100,000%. Could have used the technical expertise. Could have used the tactical expertise because he lacked there. Could have used some more knowledge and also a mom. Would have. Offbeat Paige is exactly what Offbeat needs.
What about you, Seth?
Okay.
Oh
I
no,
came
you're
up
so
with three
choppy.
So Tenetic has a question further up that we didn't answer that I think is relevant now, which is Seth's audio better if he turns off his video?
Give it a shot. We'll all shuffle around, but maybe we can hear your answer. I'm pretty sure if he turns it off, I become him.
I love that.
Wow.
Is that better? Is it worse? Is it horrible? Is it terrible?
It is correct, but also what's hilarious is that my subtitles are below you now, and your subtitles are below me. But your profile picture is Cleve, so that's helpful.
Your audio is better.
Your audio is way better.
Yeah, way better.
That's what really matters in this particular moment. So I hope we don't confuse anybody. So I had 3 answers for this, but only one of them really counts. My first one, obviously, always the answer to any question of any past character is going to be Grundle Thug, the stoner druid. I mean, I just want him to meet everybody. He would just have such a good time. We can move past Grundle Thug and say my second answer would have been one that he has actually met, which was Kinsey. I feel like if they had more time together, they could learn a lot from each other in general. But I think that my actual answer is Krethlin Partentellen. The I know, Addy.
That's where you got the comb, real quick.
Yeah, from the rib of a bear. That's a great callback.
Honestly, literally every time I'm combing my beard, I do hear your voice in my head saying, "A beard comb from the rib of a bear."
Beard comb.
Beard comb
You
from a
still can't do it even to this day.
Beard comb.
I can't.
What are the blooper? Okay, I got. What are the blooper reels for season 1?
It's like a minute long. Please check it out, please.
This is Essential NPCs podcast, season 1. He played a dwarf barbarian. And his character intro, because much like how we have the art intros in this, we had it was a podcast. We had like an audio intro where the characters kind of like told you who they were. And there's a blooper reel because part of Seth's intro was I have a beard comb from the rib of a bear, and he had so much trouble saying that in his Scottish accent that there's like a minute of our blooper reel which is just so him trying so hard to say beard comb from the rib of a bear. It's a script that he wrote.
I did it to myself. I could have just changed it. I didn't. But I think that they could both learn a lot from each other. I feel like Krethlin could learn some emotional maturity, and Cleve could learn some boldness. I feel like and also they both are redheads, so they'd get along, right?
And they're both kind of like Outlanders. They're both like wanderers. Like Krethlin's whole thing with. Yeah, they are the same height.
yeah, absolutely.
And like Krethlin was like a mountaineer and like an outland survivor. Dwarf. He's a mountain dwarf.
Seth, I listened to that season before I knew you, so it's funny, especially with you off video. It's so funny to hear you do that voice. And it's like, oh yeah, that was Seth.
I love it.
This is our secret, actually. Seth isn't. This isn't Seth we're talking to. This is someone else who voiced Krethlin.
It was really tough to get the actor for Krethlin on for the Q&A only, but
this is what your bits and your subs go to.
That's right.
We had to pull him into the voice call. No. Okay. Cool. You can turn back on your video, Seth. And Addy, we require a better answer so that Seth is not mad.
I have been racking my brain. Here, I don't know.
I have one if you can't find one.
So there's a couple that like, I can think of a bunch of like long-term NPCs that I have played that would be great, for Franny, but like, characters that I have played, I feel I am having trouble. I was thinking like maybe like Zodra, because they'd be a sick battle team, and Zodra had that like she had like a stillness to her that could like maybe complement like Franny's like twitchiness. But like I don't think that's right. I don't know. You guys probably have better ones, but that's the one.
Zodra was from season 6 of the Essential NPCs podcast. She was
Atomic Highways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The bumper season.
Yeah, she was Bumper's best friend. But she was, I think I can see where you're going with that, because Franny's kind of burden right now is that everyone needs stuff from her, and Zodra never needed anything from anyone and just needed someone who was there. Right. And so like, that was like Franny, it would be great because like Zodra would just be happy to have Franny as like a moral compass and a friend. Right. And then like Franny would be like, this person is just like reliable and doesn't need anything from me except for me to be me. So that's great.
But I don't know if it's like the perfect fit. I don't know.
Just out of curiosity, what were Dan and Roman's answers?
So mine was, I ran like a brief 3 or 4 session modern fantasy D&D game, like sort of based on and stolen from Dresden Files. And Addie played Tatum Levesteel, a rich person who was also like just a rich sorority girl who was a sorcerer, who was always telling these like magic weirdos like, oh, you need money for that? Okay.
Because sorcerer trust fund kids of magic in D&D, and I took that to the extreme where she was like, actually just like rich or whatever, but like it's okay. Is like a tiny house better than being homeless, or like do you need a bigger one?
Yeah, I was a homeless guy. It was a really fun dynamic between the two of us.
She was just like very a little bit like not quite understanding what was happening with people, but also very into them and helping them with whatever they were doing, usually by buying their way out of it.
My answer was we also played part of a campaign where we all played D&D adventurers as social influencers.
Oh yeah.
And we had to gain like followers, like our heroic deeds. We had to like record ourselves and like post like Instagram posts, and we would roll to see how many fans we got based on our Instagram posts. We had 3 core content tenets that we had to hit.
The best, just the best.
Shout out to our good friend Lore, who came up with that, ran an incredible game.
Lore is so cool. And Addie was playing this incredible French glamour bard who's just like above it and like pretty and beautiful, and like just like everyone loved her. And I think she would teach Franny to be like, hey, you're hot, you don't need this.
I think my favorite thing that I'm immediately remembering is the time you cast Hypnotic Pattern, and the Hypnotic Pattern was just the highlight reel of your like TikTok.
Yeah. I don't remember her name. I was trying to find it. It's somewhere in my D&D Beyond, but like I don't remember her name. But she's great.
I bet I can find it if you give me.
But yeah,
30 seconds.
she was very funny. Yeah. She's great. So
it was,
and maybe
I cannot do it justice. But it is Eleanor Vanderplas.
Oh yeah, that's right. Vanderplas. Yeah.
I just saw Mark's character.
Elkiri would have been great.
Elkiri would have been great. She had so much training in therapy.
Elkiri being Addie's Star Wars Jedi Padawan character from season 8 of Essential NPCs. Right? 8? Yeah, I think it's 8. Yeah. God, I don't know why those numbers are just in my brain.
It was a really great, so it was 7C, which turned out to be a great podcast, but I have other thoughts. And then Star Wars, which is possibly the best campaign I've ever been in. And then Manifest, which was like the completion of Juliet, which was amazing. And then season 10 was a couple episodes, and it was there too.
Yep.
Fun thing about the bloopers in Essential NPCs is that monkeys spinning monkeys, the sound, the do.
Oh yeah.
Way before it was famous. Hipster, we were there first.
Yeah,
we were.
Yeah, it's a huge TikTok sound, and I stumbled into it like because of all of the essential NPCs, and even like this stream, like the music we have, it all comes from Kevin MacLeod, basically. Yeah. And so like I hear his shit everywhere because I like hunted through his catalog so many times that like I'll hear it, I'll be like, that's a Kevin MacLeod song. like someone could play like something from like fucking like One Direction, I'd be like, who's this? But you play a Kevin MacLeod sound, I'm like hell yeah.
Yeah, it's good times. But anyway.
Okay. Anyways, that's it for the questions. We got to get out of here. We went a little bit late, but also we started a little bit late. So all's fair in love and live streams. So we're going to call it here tonight. We love you all so much. We're going to see you next week. That's going to be July 6th. And we'll see what the Kumilicans get up to in their time here in New Fenton. We'll see what the Lisi Metalworks has in store for Cleve as he goes in to maybe look at the legacy of his old friend. All right. We are out of here, guys. Have a good night. Bye.